Morning, berries. How is Yuzies? Hope things be goodsies. Don't mind the miasma over there on the right. It'll go away soon. So, we didn't actually lose that many dwarves, but there was a fight where some goblins got into the fort, and we lost about 4 dwarves, which is fine. But they all, well, this right here is what's left of them. So we won, but some of them got into the hallway for a few reasons. Mainly, one of my bridges didn't work, which was the slower one. So we need to fix that. Yeah, this whole thing works very, very successfully, and is refilling extremely quickly, which is really good. So, that is our defensive structure for this fort. So now that we have it set up and it's pretty much ready to go, I just need to fix a few things about it, and reset it. After this, we can just go start hitting shit. There's still a few spots in here where there is quite a bit of, stuff here. Is there something actively burning in there? It's annoying if there is. Molten copper. Okay, so not really. Steel mill shirt. Ooh, look at that. See, this is what I mean. Like, the things that survive the lava is the more valuable materials. I think I need to make this area like a way to drain through this, but you know, it'll clear out pretty quick. So that's not really a huge issue. That dead baby and their dead mom over there may be a slightly bigger issue, but you know what? That's fine. We'll worry about that when we come to it. Anyway, if I jump up to the surface, this is Angelrazor. Angelrazor is a small, I guess, fortress. We currently have like 80 dwarves. Although I'm trying to get the population up. It can be higher. Brewhogger? I mean, you might just be dead. I'm not totally sure, to be honest with you. Scrolling down here, this is our cavern layer. This is where our coffins are slowly filling up. Oh, wait, there's going to be a lot of them. If I go down a little further, I mean, you might be. I can't remember. Honestly, I wasn't paying attention in that last fight. It was kind of a cluster. If I scroll down, we go through the first cavern layer, and then down here is the actual fort layer itself. We are expanding bedrooms, and that's going to be a lot of today is going to be building bedrooms up there. This is the main layer itself. We do have some annoying and sad dwarves in the fort. We're doing our best to keep everybody happy, though. Little further down, we have our nice little magma trap that sits underneath the 3rd layer, and right down here is the hallway that they are forced to walk through to actually enter into the fortress. And if I go a little bit further down than that, or like 1 layer deeper to be specific, you come down to this. This is where a lot of our metal bars are being stored. Then 1 further down, that's the magma forges. And then 1 further down, that's the magma reservoir for the magma forges. So that is the current setup. We are at war with a number of people. We're trying to, actually start smacking the hate of praises in a way that's efficient. So far we're doing just that. We freed actually quite a lot of prisoners from these various goblin pits over here. And we intend to keep freeing prisoners and keep smacking them. We also plan to go after some angels today, because the name of the fortress is Angelrazor. But currently I'm kind of giving the dwarves a bit of a break, seeing as... what you guys doing? Oh, they're all socializing. Seeing as, we just kind of got through a relatively rough point of battle. So we are doing our best to recover all that we've lost in that period of time. I'll run through the dwarves that are alive in the fortress in a moment. And then at that point, if you would like to get a dwarf named, we can work on that. But first, I'm just setting everything to be dumped. Why does this always happen around this fucking time of day? God fucking splat. Corpses. Dump all those, please. So, the currently named dwarves in the fort are Sneeze, Anander, Jacknerick, Johanning, Acre, Suey, who's a goblin, spiky-haired freak, Jacknerick, Dragonman, Crabicus, Frog, Mark, Disco, Pilot Guy, Hambloco, Bastet, Orange, Spitalier, Brewhogger, I told you not to panic, and Infinity Simplex. I'm not a child. Hi, cutest. I'll have you know I'm a fully grown adult person. Def not a child. We are currently dealing with all of these bodies. But, you know, that's this fort currently. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be expanding the library first, and then after we expand the library, I think we'll be working on bedrooms. Yeah, that's the current project, I guess, that we have to work on. But yeah, this is Angelrazor, a little fortress that's just east of two of my previous fortresses of Hotbeards and Mothfall, just east. And it's been kind of a violent one, but kind of an exciting one. Lots of forgotten beasts and various other critters that have all been exciting, including one of our dwarves was killed by Russ Money, actually, who I named after a dwarf, got killed by a snail that was made of water that had shot poison. So I guess managed to just get like a perfect hit on him. The armies are using more or less various combinations of iron and steel gear. And all of my hammer dwarves are using silver warhammers. Except for that one dwarf that insists on using this steel warhammer that they've had for like 3 forts, so. Oh, there's lots of infinite. There's lots of exploits, and I don't use any. Although the infinite storage exploits are more of an abuse of a mechanic and not really an exploit. But as you can see, our gear is pretty fine. Because, you know, well, whatever we're using, it's working. We're killing many angels, as well as many other things. So, doing pretty good, I would say. But no, it's not a hack, not really an exploit, more just abusing the game's physics system. But yeah, you can absolutely infinitely stack stuff in one tile. I don't use any of that stuff, though. For multiple reasons, but the main reason I don't is just, I think it just looks really ugly. I just don't like the way it looks, and I have a hard time keeping track of what I actually have in my fort if I do it that way. So, it's just easier for me to not. It's not worth the extra effort, in my opinion. First time you get a well working and you didn't murder everyone. First time you got a well working. What does a well working mean? Oh, you mean like in Dwarf Fortress? And you didn't murder everyone? Okay, this makes a lot. I thought you were talking about like in an actual job. I was very confused for a second. I was like, a well working. What does it? The first time I got a well working and I didn't murder everyone. I mean, be bad if you murdered anyone. What? I was very perplexed for a second. I understand now, though. I'm understanding what you are saying. This makes a lot more sense. Oh, absolutely. It doesn't stop people, though. There's lots of things that you can do in Dwarf Fortress that are exploits that'll also like piss your dwarves off and lag your game to death. Like the infinite metal exploit, which is you just get a bunch of metal crafters to make spiky balls and then you melt them and you get 1 extra bar back for every one that you melt. Sure, but the second they get good enough to start making masterworks, they also get negative moods every single time they melt them, so you end up slowly getting pissed off. No, I just throw everything I don't absolutely 100% need into lava. Tekken. Played the game for a decade, and you only just realized that you need walls on the other side of a screw pump output to prevent dwarves from being blasted off / drowning or burning. You also don't need dwarves to pump a screw pump. So, you know, there's also that. Let's make a food stockpile for seeds. I'm expanding my seed stockpile because that's my current seed stockpile, so I'm expanding it. So, no barrels. Nothing but seeds. Whew, I think that coughing fit's done. It happens like around this time of day every day. Like around somewhere between like 10 and 11:30. I will just have a random sneezing fit. Just the initial moat filling. We were too lazy to make that. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, admittedly, it is a very efficient and effective way of strength training your dwarves. Using screw pumps with water going through it. It's like the fastest way to strength train a dwarf. You can make coins, masterwork, and 110% return. Yeah, but then you need to split the coins, which makes a lot more items. So. If you actually want to get the... Anyway. Regardless. I will say what I always say about any kind of exploits in DF. You play the game exactly the way you want to. That's all I'll say. Faulted Thrower. Hello, it's good to see you. So I get to serenade you while you're in the shower? Got it. This sounds like a horrible idea that definitely won't go wrong. What are those capital B's that you guys are carrying? Oh, that mud ball beast. Right. The mug economy is collapsing? I mean, it was never really good to begin with. But are you trying to tell me that all of your mugs are worthless because you've been hacked? Because, you know, I think that may be true. All right, we're going to close this, I think. Where's that drain? There's the drain. Pull the drain lever. Close these up. I'm just kind of curious about how many of those boulders are just going to go flying. Oh, this one broke, I think. Yeah, looks like we lost a Gabbro bridge in this process, which is fine. I can rebuild it. In fact, it kind of looks like we lost two, but... Which also means I need to pull that lever again. And the other one that I need to redo is this one. To unbuild and rebuild that one. I need to wait for enough of that lava to disperse so that the dwarves can get up in here. Not really, because I never played Vegas, but I've seen memes about said character, so... Or rather, screen grabs and clips of said character. So I know of the existence of said character, but do I specifically remember anything of that character? No. But yeah, this lower layer down here, I think what I might do actually is stop it from draining. we're going to go up here and we're going to queue up more bedrooms, I think is what I'm going to do. First, I'm going to start off by just queuing up a hallway. Making this corner look interesting, and then we're going to start queuing up bedrooms. Let's do all of this. Way around and do all that. And then also clear out this smoothing jobs that I'm never going to actually do. And let them dig that out, and then we can add in other things around the edge. Oh boy. Man, it's been a good week of streams. A little bit quiet at points throughout, but I always get like weirdly sentimental by Thursday because it's like, today's the last day I get to stream. Better make it a good one because I only have today, and then next week is when we stream again. Hey, Troopin' Panda, what's up? Good to see you. I mean, were you trying to type blues or views? And how did you type a rhyme? I would say by typing a rhyme. It's probably how you did it. How else do you think you would type a rhyme? Aside from, you know, typing a rhyme. Bolted! Dude, I thought you were showering. It's an odd way to shower. But I can get in... I can, appreciate that this format of showering. Thank you very much for showering the channel with subscriptions. And helping keep this weird show funded. Thanks for the 10-pack. Cheers, dude. Clink. Showered thy chat with the subs. Yes, clearly. Subway would be proud. Now you're showering in water. You go have a good shower. But thank you very much for the very generous gift. Cheers, friend. Like I said, chat, you know, big rounds of beers. You guys know what to do. How am I and everybody else doing? I'm doing all right. Like, I was just kind of humming and hawing over the fact that today's the last day of the week that I get to stream, and then don't get to stream again until Monday is payday. Oh, is it now? Well, happy payday. It's the best days of the month. I get 2 paydays a month right now. I get one on a 14th, so in 2 days, and then, or I guess probably on Monday, because that'll be on the weekend, and then one on the 1st. I get Patreon money on the 1st and Twitch money on the 14th. And then YouTube money on the 22nd or 21st. They pay out on different days usually. But thank you. Cheers. Washing a submarine sounds like something the army would make you do. I mean, is that like, that's just the modern version of swabbing the poop deck, right? As somebody who's never been in any sort of navy, I couldn't really tell you, but I'm sure someone's got to clean something off of those walls. I'm sure they get gnarly. But thank you very much for helping keep this weird channel funded. Also, hey, Reinhardt. As I fill out all of these bedrooms one at a time. that sneezing fit that I had a couple of minutes ago made me almost entirely lose my voice. Like, I'm like, it's coming back pretty quickly, but like, I feel all gravelly all of a sudden. What the fuck just happened? Like, I suddenly just like turned into a chain smoker, like just in the last few minutes. It's kind of unpleasant, actually. All right. Shoutouts to this one dwarf that gets the long room. But, seriously, though, thank you very much for the 10 gift subs. And shoutouts to anybody who got those. Just looking at the list, I see a few names I recognize, so cheers. Including Chups, who was here earlier. I'm Cool Dan, who's here. Reinhardt, obviously. Einstein Spy, and Super Cookie, and Squirrely. All people that I know, so thank you. All people that I know who all deserve those subs. But yeah, no, that's just kind of where I'm at usually by this point on the week, is just kind of like thinking back on the stream this week, what I would have done differently, and kind of doing like a head reviews. So chat, how's the streams been this week? Has they been good? We done good since, you know, Tuesday? From what you've seen? Have a good time zone? You know, it's morning or night. If you're leaving, if it's night for you, it's night. If it's morning for you, it's morning. Don't worry about the time zones shenanigans. Just good day, you know? But, yes, good time zone. I really wish that Twitch had, like, have a good local time. Like, I really wish that we had, like, because so many, like, chat programs, like, Discord has integration for this, and so does, Slack and various other things where you could just be, like, local time for everybody. It'd be really nice if we had, like, a /local time. So that you guys could also, like, I type in my local time and then it pops up as local time for you. That would be cool, but we don't have that option. Cough that makes you tell Mike... Yeah, it's the cough that makes me tell Mike Wazowski, you haven't handed in your paperwork yet. It's the cough that makes me do that, yes. Although I can just do that voice. I don't need to, like, have just been sneezing to do that. God damn allergies. Now my nose is all, like, having a panic attack and trying to run away from me. You know, whenever I see the first name Mike, it's hard for me to not just turn it into Mike Wazowski in my head. And something paperwork. It's actually kind of impossible for me. But yeah, I think it's been a pretty good week of streams. The first stream this week was a little, like, could have gone better, but I think yesterday was good. So. And today we're making up for the shortfalls of day 2. I think. Hopefully. Actually, I can't confirm whether or not we're making up for the shortfalls. But this has nothing to do with shortfalls. But if you want to help the stream out and you happen to have a Twitter account, retweets and likes are appreciated. That's called streamer begging for engagement. But this will help us fill out a bunch more bedrooms, and we're going to do a bunch more up here. Down here on the far side is this, which is probably all good to go, actually. Yeah, all of the furniture is. So we're going to queue up bookcases down here. So this is going to be my new library. I have another library, but it's literally just like 2 bookcases and some tables in the middle of that big room up there. So I'm making a new library, which is going to be hopefully a lot nicer. By buying RimWorld? I have a question. What's wrong with buying a good video game? Admittedly, a slightly expensive video game, but what's wrong with buying a good video game? RimWorld's a good video game. Nothing wrong with playing RimWorld. I have lots of problems with RimWorld. That doesn't mean that people can't or shouldn't buy RimWorld. Can't play or shouldn't buy RimWorld. RimWorld's fine. Let's place some tables. Will it legally be the same library? It'll have the same name, yeah. So we're like renovating and upgrading the old one, basically. I'm not renaming the library. I need containers. Maybe not right there. Chests. Chest 1, chest 2. That's going to be the new library. It's going to be a flow zone. And it's the mechanical treasury. Mechanical treasury. We're going to also make this corner over here part of it. Mechanical treasury. Also that. And then I'm going to go up here and I'm going to delete this zone. So to answer your question properly, Stone, absolutely it's becoming the same, going to legally be the same library. It's going to be right here. Our new location is here. Yeah, they're going to have to do that for sure. And I think we're going to do a bunch of engravings along here. Kind of curious to see what they engrave. They've been very happy and frequently drawing images of Bastet killing a goblin. So maybe we'll get some images of Bastet killing a goblin. They should actually be drawing images of Bastet being in first, but... I would argue that the meteors in RimWorld are not fun, but... I also had a meteor once come flying straight through my dinner table and kill every single one of the people in that run, so... I know that they don't do that anymore, but it's still annoying for me, personally. And they never did... Well, I mean, I never did get my time back from that incident, so it still kind of annoys me. But yeah, this is our new library. Yeah, I don't want them to wear armor instead of clothing, though. What? Why would I want them to wear armor instead of clothing? I have a question about military and DF. I can make my dwarves either wear armor over their clothing or replace their clothing. Does the latter mean that they permanently wear their armor even when the squad isn't active in training? So there's a setting in the military screen menu where you can set them to wear uniform. It's under the uniforms menu, I think. Or is it under schedule? Yeah, so under schedule, inactive, uniformed, inactive, civ clothes. So you select the squad under the schedule screen, and if they're inactive, for me, they stay uniformed. But you can set it so that when they're inactive, they swap to civ clothes. And that's up to you, what you want them to do. I think they get happy thoughts when they change, but I just leave them uniformed because it's easier. So yeah, you go to the military screen, you hit schedule, and then you can select whether or not they're uniformed when they're not training. So you can either let them just wear like their armor and whatnot, which they're fine with, or you can set them to be not uniformed. The only times I'd set them to be not uniformed is if it's a dwarf that you have problems with tantruming or something and you don't want them running around with a sword. But that's just me. So we have 25 books, including copies, which ain't bad, actually, considering we just stole them. None of them we wrote ourselves or anything. Although that number might actually go up. Yeah, it is going up. We're still bringing a lot of books, apparently. Did he? Because dwarfism predates Tolkien. Or did he create like the plural word for dwarves? Actually, I don't know that history there, so. No problem, Troopin. No problem. It's one of those like weird things that people don't realize are buttons. Yeah, Reinhardt, that was faulted throughout 10. Like 15 minutes ago. It was very kind of faulted. You just realized? Well, congrats on just realizing that. You now have emotes. Let's just work on rock blocks. Let's make 1,000 of them. And let's get over here and start smoothing. Does wearing armor plus clothing together provide more protection during battle, or does honestly, those kinds of stats, I have no idea. I could not tell you an answer, because I do not know. I do not know. Oh shit, we have a dwarf withdrawing from society. One of my militia captains is in a strange mood. Fikot. Fikot also has 8 kills, all in Angelrazor. What squad are you the captain of? The Inky Kindness. I do know that changing clothes counts as acquiring a new item, which gives happy thoughts, but I don't know aside from that. Oh, true. In order to share weapons. I can't think of any situation where you'd actually be scarce enough on weapons, though. But yeah, I would hate to micromanage that. Because the second they become attached to a weapon, you're just kind of screwed there. You'd be sad if you had to give your axe to someone else. Exactly. Like, I feel like dwarves would just, like, get upset if you made them do that. But, you know, you never know. Maybe not. Let's just double check something. How full is this? More than full enough to fire again. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's go back down to that strange mood. Also, if anybody wants a dwarf, do let me know. If you have a particular job in mind that you would like to do, feel free to let me know. I mean, their beards are probably long enough generally to cover that up, but yeah. That feels kind of... I guess that is why sometimes you'll see dwarves get gelded in combat. Maybe. Yeah, tons of iron and stuff. Yeah, I've got silly amounts of iron in this fort. It's lots of rough gems, stacked leather. Pictures of skeletons. Ugh. Yeah, I need skeletons, apparently. Apparently, I have a not tame Wolverine. Let's slaughter that. Is the manager claimable? Yes. It's a jurist. Oddly enough. So do I just rename him to Tekid? Because, like, your name's just Tekid, so... It's Tekid, but it's, like, fancy Tekid. You'll take a random dwarf, Troopin? How's the fort going? You still have 2 dwarves in it because your other one showed up, Jack Nick. Tekid Dorfus. Okay, so hold on. Tekid the Dorfus. And she felt satisfied remembering improving appraisal skills and was satisfied at work, but bored after being unable to practice a craft for too long. Was afraid after experiencing trauma, like most of this fort. Is 67 years old, Stone's favorite number, and is born on the 14th of Slate in the year 127. Her heliotrope eyes have very large irises, and she has low cheekbones. She has a prominent chin, and her lips are thick. Her hair is clean-shaven, and her extremely tall ears are extraordinarily broad. Her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. She likes sterling silver and lace agate, skink bone in the color jade, circles, and cats for their aloofness, and the words of the musical poem and the sound of the sparkles of aquamarine, and the sight of the lacy wonders, and when possible prefers to consume barley wine and buckwheat flour. And you can't stand oysters. She personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, and finds so-called dignified people disgusting, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't particularly value loyalty, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Corp wants to make an internship official, but Corp B wants a second interview on a branch. It might not be a better fit, but for that branch is a lot further away from home, so now you're like, fuck, what to do? I have no idea, man. Because I don't have enough information, Diamond, but hopefully you're able to find something that works. Of Russian for lawyer? Well, in Dwarf Fortress, it means dagger. So, but also that's funny. She has an incredibly calm demeanor, and she is very stubborn. She is ambitious and always looking for a way to better the situation. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she enjoys the company of others. She isn't given to flights of fancy and has a sense of duty. She is assertive, and it does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments. She has a greedy streak and is often cheerful and can handle stress. She mutters under her breath when she's bored, and she commonly winks as a form of greeting. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. I will say this, Diamond. Fuck long commutes. So if you can take a shorter commute, fuck the longer one, even if it's a better fit. So Troopin, you would like a random dwarf. Just gonna look up and hold this button for a couple seconds and go bunk. Yushrir the woodworker. Troopin. He is interested after learning about masonry. But you were lonely after being away from family and bored after being unable to practice a craft. Means I should probably give you a craft. Let's give you masonry. Why not? You're learning about masonry. Lake Bear with the tier 2 for the 14th month. Welcome back.
I'm back after working myself to death. Hamburger, hamburger.
That's bad. Don't work yourself to death. Only work yourself as far as you can reasonably work yourself without causing yourself damage. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Lake Bear keeping that sub alive for a 14th month? That's a year and 2 months. Do you still have a dwarf? I don't believe you've ever had a dwarf in this fort. This world, I swap dwarfs for forts pretty frequently, and it's pretty combat heavy, so things have a tendency to turn into red paste. So you do not have a dwarf in this fort currently. He is 76 years old, born in the 26th of Galena in the year 118. He is strapped with massive amounts of muscle and lard, and his long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His long beard is braided, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. His heliotrope eyes have large irises, and his lips are very thick. His ears are extremely tall, and he has a prominent chin, and his hair is black, and his skin is dark peach. He's absolutely inexhaustible, unbelievably strong, and basically unbreakable and very agile. You're probably a military dwarf. Likes tin, bloodstone, and crystal glass, leopard gecko bone, and the color ivory, and pigs for their sense of smell. Gray squirrel men for their tails and the words of the crypt of cleaning. And when possible, prefers to consume celery, rice beer, and blood amaranth flour, and can't stand flies. He personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Is baffled by others' emotions and can't help but respond to them. buffeted by others' emotions and can't help respond to them. I learned about this word the other day while playing this video game. He is interested in only facts about the real world and is easily moved to mercy after experiencing trauma in 190 and is confident under pressure. He is a very friendly and always tries he is very friendly and he always tries to say nice things to others. He is stubborn and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He has an active sense of humor and can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. He generally finds himself quite hopeful about the future and tries to keep his things orderly. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He can occasionally overindulge and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He stiffens up when he's surprised and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Sounds like a fine soldier, all right? Certainly, yeah. Yeah, he's part of the influential tomes and has 5 notable kills, including a beak dog, a goblin, a dwarf, a goblin, and a goblin, as well as 11 other kills in Canker Healing and Angelrazor and Lush Menaces and Shade Crowded. So, you've even killed Soldiers of Disease, which are angels. So, that too. If anybody else wanted a dwarf and I missed them, I'm sorry. Hello, Krabicus. How are you? No, that was definitely in the haunted biome, and we're no longer in that fort. So, do you have any preference? I mean, the haunted fort was over here, for reference. The climactic dwelling of Union Theater. It was very climactic. By that, I mean extremely laggy. Because there was like 200 zombies in the basement. Why are Angels of Disease angels? Because they are randomly generated creatures with randomly generated names that are basically just demons of the overworld. Just because they're angels doesn't mean like they're happy-go-lucky Christian nice peoples. They're usually about as disgusting as Forgotten Beasts. This is like Bayonetta's concept of angels, not like Catholicism's concept of angels. Kill gets noted below other kills? Well, yeah, it wasn't a named thing. Aren't they like spirits? I mean, they're like disturbing spirits, though. They're not like happy things. Anyway, speaking of happy things, this is definitely not a happy thing. The Forgotten Beast, Anan Amasterum Nagolkalakrash, has come. A great ankylosaurid composed of vericite. Ooh. It has 3 stubby horns, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. Well, we're all about to fucking die. So that's a thing. It's on the bottom layer. Depends on who's teaching you about Christianity, but I would say that that's not totally true. I mean, if you think about it, yes, they're disturbing, but the way it's taught, not so much. Anyway, it just kind of left the map. But I also don't really want to fight it. Oh. Where is it right now? I mean, it's currently like, what, off the map on this side? I feel like we shouldn't argue whether or not Catholic angels are disturbing. Because they are, I think we can all agree on that. I'll just say that they teach, that's not the way I was taught when I participated in the bullshit that is religion. So, I'll just say that. But I do agree, they are disturbing. The imagery used is less disturbing than something like you'd see in Bayonetta. All right. Well. Militia captain in a strange mood is going to go do that. I read that the first time it was written in my chat. Paper cuts hurt me. This dwarf is making an artifact. I'd rather it be undulating. Undulating ones are generally pretty weak. This one is made out of stone, though. It's mighty hard to undulate stone. There it is. My concern, though, is it's got webs. That's my actual concern. I mean, human with wings is not normal looking, my dude. Religion is disturbing if you think about it. But images of angels are not often depicted in paintings as disturbing creatures. They're just humans with wings, usually. Versus, like, you know, the slobbering, like, nightmare knife monsters that you usually get in Dwarf Fort. No. Pickaxes are pretty bad weapons. It's like a weaker axe, basically. It's like a less sharp axe. I mean, you can absolutely use them as weapons, but they're not good. Why is this thing going this direction? This thing has a direct walking route into the fortress if it wanted it. But the fact that it's got webs makes me a little concerned. Although it's got webs, but it's also not a spider, so it doesn't have poison. So it doesn't have like the giant cave spider levels of, oh, I'm gonna just stab you with my poison and then you die immediately. It still has to kill them once they're caught in the webs. Setting all my squads to active. The problem is this thing is made of stones. Lycut the militia captain has created... Oh, that's cute. Imastorlut. Dumad Ashnin. A diorite toy hammer, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Godin Farrellsmith. Also a good name. Farrellsmith. It's worth a lot of money. It's Shimmered Dimples, the fortification of shads. This is a diorite toy hammer. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with diorite cabochons and octagon-cut paradots and encircled with bands of wolverine bone. This object menaces with spikes of tapazolite and red zircon, and beak dog leather, and peridot and gray chalistone. Well, that's adorable. Anyway, back to the main affair, which is this, clearly. Actually, I feel like this is probably a bad idea. But let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. Well, we lost Pilot Guy. And Infinity, who had like 50 kills. They seem to be on it, though, and it's dead. Oof. We lost our Goblin, Sui. We lost Pilot Guy, Infinity, Mebzuth, Tubal, Lycott, Zhang, Kumel, Bob, Sui, Jack Narek, Thykut, Inul, and Ton. That was brutal. We lost some of our best. Oh boy. Okay, well, we got to rebuild the military after that. Let's just make 20 coffins. Which Jack Nurick was the one who died? The one that was in the military. The other one is not. Whatever the other one is. Yeah, the other, or actually, sorry. It wasn't the one that was in the military. The one that's in the military didn't die. Your Axe Lord didn't die. The Smith died. In fact, looks like you killed it. Here is it. Did you kill it? No, you didn't kill it. You need to look up who killed it, though. Who hit it last? The Hammerlord kicks the Forgotten Beast in the head with her right foot. The injured part collapses. Who got it? I think they deserve some sort of medal. Not that. Not you. Unless they died in the process, which is possible. At least I didn't lose Ham Bloko, who's far and away. Yeah, it might have been this dwarf. Ton. Man, that is a bummer. I'll put all the bodies there for now, just to kind of get them out of here. We need to continue to fill up those coffins. We're also down to 67 dwarves. That's rough. Jeez. I knew that that would be brutal, regardless, but... Ay. Webs are rough. Chat investments are open, if you want to invest your tickets. I'm gonna go blow my nose, because ever since I had that sneezing fit, my nose has been running. So I'm gonna go blow my nose. Back in a sec. Streamer returns. That's never been a feature that's worked. It's literally never been a feature that's worked. So don't tell it to fuck off. Come on, man. Going to dump that Forgotten Beast. Made of stone, so there's nothing that we can make out of it or anything. The way I see it is if you want to invest all, there's no reason to invest. Just flat. Like, there's no reason to even, like, acknowledge the system if you're not going to look at how many you have. Alright, well, it looks like this is mostly full. So that's fantastic. So next time we get attacked by a thing, we can just fight the thing. Now we just need to wait for them to start making coffins. Hopefully we get migrants this year and we don't, you know, keep running into this same issue of, yo, that Forgotten Beast is scary. So is this one. So is that one. Because good lord, that Forgotten Beast was scary. What are we screwing? H2O? I lost count a long time ago. Or actually, I wasn't counting, so I don't know. We had like at least 6 or 7 yesterday. That's fine, H2O. We're all dumbasses sometimes. But congrats to the winners. Sorry to everybody else. All right. Do you want to martial art? Want to acquire? You want to? You were bored out of performance. Dreams of ruling the world. Wow. You can go join the influential tomes. That'll help you rule the world. Nope. There doesn't need to be. This stream doesn't have enough commands that are worth using constantly that they need to be explained. And if you can't figure out what the tickets/investing thing is, I can't help you. It's a super simple little points-based gambling system where you earn points every hour you watch the stream. That's all it is. You brought herbs? Ooh, what kind of herbs, Spewer? I need goblins to show up before I can have another episode of the Goblin BBQ, but there will definitely be BBQ'd gobbies today. Absolutely. I need more to show up first. Like, we're waiting on our invited guests. They have been invited, though, so there is that. We're just simply waiting on them now. Hello, Hazaza. How are you? Happy afternoon? Evening? I guess it would be evening for you. If not, like, night. But... trying to think, like, what herbs would we need for... like, what's a dwarfy herb that the dwarves would use in a barbecue? I don't even know. The one thing I will say, though, about the tickets is you can only... yeah, but can dwarves harvest rosemary? One thing about the tickets that I will just blatantly explain is, like, it only runs every 45 minutes, so you can't invest them now, if that's what you're thinking about doing. Steel shavings? Yeah, absolutely. It's like, what kind of, like, herbs can dwarves harvest? It's like, I don't think they can, like, rosemary, definitely good with chicken, like, great barbecue herb. I have 4 rosemary plants on my porch. But, like, is there rosemary in Dwarf Fortress is my first question. And 2, can dwarves even cook with it? Because I don't know about that, being honest. What's the significance of the hours it tells me? It's the number of hours you watch the stream. You don't need to worry about it. It's just, literally, okay, so this system exists for one reason, and it's so that I know how long people watch my stream, and I can get some user statistics for some, like, you know, analytical research and tracking. That's literally the only reason it exists, is so that I can track watch time. The bonus that you guys get out of it is a silly little numbers game where you guys can gamble tickets if you want. That's all it is. Is there significance? No. Does it matter? No. Is there, like, a reason for it to exist? No. Aside from I need to track people because it's useful to me. No. But, like, I honestly, I don't like the concept of everything needs a command to explain it, because half the things in this in chats like aren't complicated enough to require commands in the first place. And also, I don't need people just like spamming commands in the chat constantly, because that's always what just ends up happening when there's commands for stuff like that. Because people just spam them and then it fills up the chat. It's like... Saddened by the project makes you unable to live. Wait, what? Mayor has ended a mandate. I wonder if anybody's going to prison. But regardless, hello, Squished. We're doing well. You did metal slapping last week? Well, that's good. I'll make sure this is muted, but apparently... Oh, interesting. Okay. Ah, I see. I screwed something up. I just got a content ID claimed on one of my YouTube videos, and I'm realizing why, and it's because I exported it incorrectly. I can fix that, though. I'm supposed to cut out the bit with the music, but I didn't. Whoops. You ever replaced parsley with a somewhat more interesting herb in BBQ sauce? It looked almost the same. I have no idea what herb you could possibly be referring to. I have 3 different kinds of parsley on my porch, and it's all very happy. That's like a genuine statement. No jokes. No memes. No gimmicks. Just facts. I have a lot of parsley on my porch, and it's really happy. You know... Gold furniture takes a long time to set up. It must be heavy or something. We have a mandate. What is that? 1 crown. Okay. Gold crown. I actually don't have any cilantro right now. My mom has some cilantro seedlings she's going to give me in a couple of weeks. But they're not quite big enough yet. I had cilantro last year, though. Almost 2 times heavier than lead. Yes, I went to a gold mine as part of a field trip when I was younger, as part of a vacation. Yes, it is definitely raining up here. The weather here has been very how do I put it, schizophrenic recently. But anyway, I went to this gold mine on a field trip years ago when I was a little kid, as part of a vacation with my family. And there was a gold brick, like a brick of gold, inside of like this steel container with a window. And you could reach through wearing these gloves to try and pick it up. It was very funny watching everybody go, and nobody could pick it up. It was literally just like a brick of gold about that big. I have no idea what mine what the name of the mine was. I know approximately where it was in BC, but I'd have to ask my parents what the name of it was. Naturally. I mean, if I was a chipmunk, I also would harass people for sunflower seeds. Wouldn't you? But yeah, the weather here has been like, oh, it's sunny in springtime weather. Oh, it's pouring rain. Oh, it's sunny in springtime weather. Oh, it's snowing. Oh, it's sunny in springtime weather. Oh, it's torrential downpour. And there's like no in between. It's like either nice and sunny or like awful. And there's like no in between. That's what the weather here's been for the past like six weeks or so. It's either been like nice and sunny or just like, oh God, I think the world's ending. Like on Monday, we had rain, hail, snow, Not Monday this week. Monday last week. We had rain, hail, snow, thunderstorm, and like 20 degrees Celsius. In like the span of 6 hours. Yeah, we have basically the weather you have down in like Seattle up through like sea to sky highways, like just all same weather, basically. Another one? Is that the one out by Snake Island, supposedly? Because I heard something about massive amounts of fighting happening out there. But well done, I suppose, is the only thing I can say to that. One of those things is like, it's kind of hard to... Uh-oh. A metal crafter's having a tantrum. Well, that's unfortunate. Was that you? Did you commit crime? I don't see no crime. Weird. I've also got 2 peasants that grew up. Let's double check those. Or a peasant that grew up. Crippling shyness, hey? Chat, can I get a round of beers? H2O used to be rich. That's a lot of channel points. Thank you very much for watching the stream long enough to be able to use that thing. Brave in the face of imminent danger. Perfect. I need more recruits, is the simple way to put it. Like, badly. Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. Well, I guess you can't join the military. Has just been made flat. Yeah, is the boat that's burning out in that area though? Or I'm asking where the boat is, and I'm trying to use landmarks that I know the names of. I'm gonna give you tanning because I need more tanners. Ugh. Eesh. Only reason I'm poor is because you love you some rubber duckies spinning in circles? Oh, because you keep on requesting rubber ducks? I mean, you could just tip me $3 and ask for a rubber duck and save the channel points, but that would also just be a waste. I wouldn't recommend doing that, but that is an option. Somewhere off the coast of Odessa, no further info yet? Gotcha. Well, I wonder if a video's gonna show up or something. I feel like usually whenever something major happens, like a couple hours later, there's some sort of, oh, here's the drone footage, you know? I feel like that's just kind of an inevitable thing that happens now. So I guess I will patiently await drone footage. But, you know. Uh-oh. Dwarves are being risen and haunting the dead. I mean, undead dwarves are rising from the dead, or rather, ghosts are rising from the corpses of the dead dwarves. So we need to hurry up and start burying these dwarves in coffins. But the problem is I've got too many fucking construct building jobs getting done because everybody's putting all of that furniture away. The wet season has arrived, which I think is spring. Good lord. That or it's winter. Might actually just be winter. Because I think it's spring, dry season, fall, wet season. I think. But I told you this earlier, but it only happens every 45 minutes, and the bot tells you when investments are open, Squished. So you have to wait until the bot says that they're open again. It won't work until then. The season of moist? This must be the season of angel food cake, then. Everybody loves a good moist angel food cake. But currently it's the season of the game is saving, so I have to sit here for however long. There it goes. Now we just need to wait for these dwarves to finish building all of these bedrooms. Which is taking years! Doesn't help that I also just, like, told all of my military to go do military things. There you go, there's one. And I need to deal with these ghosts. It's one of those words that I've considered banning, because I know it makes some people uneasy and some people are really mean about it. But I also don't understand why it makes people uneasy, so there's that. Like, it has zero effect on me. So I don't know. Spitalier with a 30-second month. Thank you very much for clicking that button a 30-second time. Clink. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Spitalier? For keeping that sub alive for a 30-second month. Seriously, that's a long time. Also, one thing I'm just going to comment on because it did pop up in the chat a minute ago. For that donate money to Ukraine thing that I have, looks like the barbecue's arrived. There are no notifications for it, so I don't acknowledge it, but it is there. Hit that button. I mean, only hit that button if you can afford to hit that button, but sure, if you would like to hit that button is there to be hit. The Vile Forest of Darkness has arrived, so let's just make sure they're from the right place, otherwise I'll be sad. The Hate of Praises, a goblin civilization. Excellent. So it looks to be like a combination of humans and some gibbons. I think I will turn off all my squads real quick. And the where's the entrance? Okay, the first thing I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to lock the trap. And the reason I'm going to lock the trap is because I want to fix the gate so that I don't have the same problems that I did last time. Yeah, that's fair. Anybody coming to pull that lever? Hey, peasant down here. You probably have no other jobs, yeah? Lever operation. Although you're also moving really slowly. Let's jump down to here. Because I need to pull that lever. Do it now. Jump up here. Pull this lever. Do it now. Like, no. Like, cancel other jobs and pull that goddamn lever. Dragon Man's gonna go pull this lever, which will make us safe, and then the other one will make us doubly safe. Okay, that's lever number 1. All right, how many invaders do we have? More than 3. Well, that's good. Look at all those beak dogs. Oh, boy. All right, I need somebody to pull that lever. Anybody coming to pull it? Need to make it accessible from this spot. There you go. Looks like Dragon Man's coming to pull this lever as well. I mean, didn't we just have somebody say, like, yo, that is something that makes them uncomfortable, so let's not just, like, you know, go barreling into a subject talking about the usage of that word just because it does make some people uncomfortable, so let's respect those people. Generally, that's the nice thing to do. You know? So, after I do some repairs on the barbecue, we can have a nice goblin stir fry, I would suggest. So currently that is blocked. Now the reason I've blocked that off is because I've got some things I need to fix about this. 2 things actually. First thing I gotta fix is the drain. I got a bridge that we gotta hook up to, which is this one. Also going to turn that restriction off, and I'm going to make this into a proper drawbridge that raises instead of a drawbridges that retract. Previously, I had it set to raise, and the issue with it raising was, well, I suddenly magically had, you know, no bridge, which is not what I need. Why is there a military dwarf in here? I don't know if I have much to say about that duck, but it does look like a good duck, though. Currently, I am over here just going, I need to fix this right here. Once we get this fixed, then I can have other things to really talk about. Speaking of, Bastet's already getting to it, and connecting mechanisms, which is what I like to see. And dwarf number 2 is already getting to that down there, and working on that. Also going to fly up. I just saw a lot of miasma. I'm going to fly up to here. Or not up to here. I'm going to fly up to here. I'm going to get these unsuspended. And place some more coffins. Wait for those to get placed. Set those all as coffins. And then once those have been placed, I will then go back down to the lava layer and work on that. And get those bridges done. Also, Stone, we have your favorite number of dwarves. Just thought I'd inform you of this. And then we can do the siege. I do need to fix those bridges first. But currently we're just waiting for these coffins. That's 3. Because I need to get these ghosts dealt with. Really sucks that I had to lose so many military dwarves to that stupid beast, but it did have webs. Oh, they're killing ostriches up on the surface. Those poor ostriches, man. Who ever got, like, didn't get along with an ostrich? I mean, I thought that ostriches are like, you know, like emus, but not worth committing war against. Although that being said, I don't think being pecked by an ostrich would be particularly pleasant. Alright, so Sycon got one, you got another. Looks like every single one has been placed. I'm sorry, Chat, did you know that ghosts can claim tombs as a bedroom? Because this is listed as their owner. Huh. So, I mean, look at this. Hold on. Let me just show you something. So if I go up to here, right, and I select these coffins. This one, Kumil. This is the resting place of Kumil. This is the resting place of Jack Nurik. This is the resting place of Sykon. This is the resting place of Tun, who hasn't been put in this coffin yet. This is the resting place of Inuel. This is the resting place of Lycon. Diorite coffin. Current owner, Tubal. This is just set as a resting place to be buried. Huh. Also, they're fighting with a giant snail on the surface. There's Tun. I mean, apparently they can just demand a thing. Make 25 silk bags because I need them. That's interesting. Like, very, very interesting. Anyway, let's check in on the things down here. Looks like you've been hooked up. Let's pull that lever. Connect those Gabbro mechanisms to that bridge. Put me here. I mean, pretty much. That's interesting. I don't know. It's a weird interaction that I've never noticed before. It's all about the little things, you know? That's what interests me about Dwarf Fortress. Little weird interactions that maybe people don't notice so often. Because then when I do notice them, I suddenly feel like a genius, you know? Fascinating. Fascinating, fascinating, fascinating. Anyway, chat, have you guys noticed any weird little interactions in Dwarf Fortress recently or ever? And you're like, man, I wonder if I'm the first person to notice that. This is what one of the things that keeps me coming back to this game. Is I feel like those moments happen all the goddamn time. Speaking of all the goddamn time, I got a problem. I've got cookies that require clicking. So you're gonna have to give me a minute. I mean, here. There's nothing going on in game, so I'll just let you watch me poorly, ineffectively click cookies. Okay, they can do that now for a little bit. We'll just leave it now. It's okay. There. Construct building. Link building to trigger, that's what I want. Are you saying? Oh, you mean deconstructing the thing? But see, here's the problem with deconstructing the thing to make, even if it makes you feel like a genius. The issue with doing that is they then invade you because you stole all of their stuff. But yes, I do know what you mean by that. That does make you feel like a genius. Sugar lumps? You use sugar lumps to level up different building types. And certain building types unlock power-up structures. So level up the wizard towers to get access to magical spells, just as an example. Level up the milk to get higher percentage of cookies per click, I suppose. Going to place some more coffins. Because I do still need more. Looks like we're still making more, but I'm going to queue up even more. Notice dwarves moving through the same doorways will cause them to interrupt each other and repath a lot. I mean, you don't want to give them super long routes to things. You want them to have optimal routes to things. But yes, you are correct. They do cancel and repath frequently if you make them walk long distances. Is that something that you just discovered recently, Tekkud? Or is that something that you're asking about? Because single doorways and dwarves having to climb over top of each other causes them to cancel and rethink pathing roads constantly. That being said, I do love dwarven pathing, even though it can get funky sometimes. And the reason I love it is because they'll just be like, I'm gonna go get the thing, and then they run right past the thing because they're pathing to an old location. It amuses the ever-living hell out of me when it happens. Also, if anybody's wondering why the sub count is going down, it's because about a month ago we had a bunch of subs gifted. So, you guys are have also gifted a couple of subs, quite a few subs this morning, and also some people resubbed this morning, which is almost evening it out currently. But like I started today at like 370 subs almost, and then since then it's like been dropping. So we would be at like 340. You guys hadn't gifted subs / resubbed today. Man, I'm so bummed that we lost Infinity. That was one of my best dwarves. Didn't realize that they would path a new very long route rather than squeeze past each other. This is why I always tell people to do 3 or 4 wide hallways with wider doorways. Is because dwarves will do anything in their power to not have to, like, crawl underneath somebody's legs. I mean, I would do that in real life, too. I would walk halfway around town to not have to crawl underneath somebody to get through a door. So, I feel like that part should be kind of understandable. All right. Yeah, if dwarves start slipping on ramps, that's also a problem. I had a cart explode on a ramp once. That was kind of traumatic. All right, let's go up to here. So spicy water drain, I think, is good to go. That's the levers I want to test. So I want to test those two. Don't mind the ghosts. I'm going to catch this dwarf in here temporarily. Apologies in advance, dwarf. You were happy to start over with that fort design and get back to your usual double doors? Yeah, no, definitely go with double doors. All right, sweet. So the exit and entrance levers work now, so I can pull this and this. And Bamboo, the metal crafter, is throwing another tantrum, it seems. Although I'm going to keep this area in this zone so that I can keep putting bodies away. But let's jump down to here and also go up just slightly. I think it's up. No, it's down. Go down just slightly. Down to... Never mind. Up to right here. Add that in there. All right, so let's jump up to the surface up here. We're going to pull this lever. This will let the goblins into the fort. Quite literally. Well, goblins, humans, and beak dogs and other things. And then we can prep up the barbecue. Oh, yeah, stream ended on kind of a weird note, but yesterday was good. No complaints, Taylor. Good to see you. We're about to barbecue some goblins and humans and beak dogs. So I hope you brought your BBQ sauce, because you're going to need it. And Troopins picked the best time in the world to be possessed. As dwarves tend to. I'm sorry, what? I must have just been looking at that right as... Yeah, I was looking at it right as it disappeared. That was very strange to see. All right, so goblins should start walking towards this very inconspicuous hole in the ground that just appeared. I mean, we definitely prepped up a very convincing, tricky trap for them. And so it looks like they're all heading in the right direction. Or at least the beak dogs are. Hopefully they don't split up too much. Also, you've claimed a carpenter's workshop, Troopin. So far, you're moving, so that's off to a good start. Yes, the very important person way in, where we only let the very important people. Although I might need to actually tell my squads to just kill all these beak dogs up front. Might actually have to do that, because they're going to be too far ahead. By the time they make it in, considering those guys are following, but they're pretty far back. Which means, like, yeah, it looks like we're going to have to kill the beak dogs separately, but that'll be fine. Like a door or a table or a bed. Dude, if you made a door, I'd be so happy. But it would be a wooden door, because it is a carpenter shop. So I'm not going to get my hopes up. Okay, so I think that Two-Ball... Don't think that that dwarf is getting a coffin, so I'm just going to... make a coffin, or make a slab for that dwarf. At least the number of trolls that they have is low. While we wait. Did you miss the magma WMD yesterday? Absolutely you did, but you're about to see it now, so. Although, last time we ran it was kind of the test run. This is hopefully going to be more successful than the test run. The test run kind of ended with some goblins getting into my fort because one of the drawbridges didn't work correctly. Wooden door, not bad, but not magma proof. It would catch fire, which is not the best, but wooden door would be pretty great, though. As long as you don't make like a wooden sword or something. Let's see if you're actually going for items right now. Nope. What do you need? Bars, metal, stone, rock. You know what's likely? You probably just don't have access to what you want. So I'm going to add this area and this area to this. Hopefully that'll help. Yep, there you go. Who would put a wooden door near magma? Well, I mean, if I have a artifact door, I might put it near lava. Or usually that's what I end up doing with artifact doors, is I put them somewhere near lava and use them as part of, like, breaching hell and such. But, I mean, if it's a wooden door, I would probably use it as the entrance to the caverns. Because artifact doors are untoppleable, so building destroyers can't topple them. So they're really, really helpful as, like, backdoors into attack hallways and such. But yes, it's still looking like we're going to need... Did they really send all... Wow. They've sent the beak dogs off completely separately from the rest of the squad. I'm actually wondering if we're just going to kill these beak dogs and then, like, the rest of them will just leave, being like, well, our scouts died, so screw this, I suppose. That might actually end up happening. that might actually end up happening. But we'll see. Because everything except for the beak dogs and trolls are above ground still. Which is weird. They should be heading towards us. Beak dogs are still heading down, though. I mean, look at how many of them there are. They're going to be in the hallway almost any time now. Yeah, so we're going to have to kill the beak dogs separately, which means I'll have to bring up my military. Fingers crossed. Chat, do you think beak dogs bark? They squawk. They're the thing though is they're not canonically bird-like anymore though. Because they're now more like tremors, according to Zach and Tarn. You know the sound commands bark sometimes? Yes. Troopin has begun a mysterious construction, so you were able to get everything you needed. It looks like you needed gold bars, silver nuggets, gold bars, marble blocks, cushion cut paradox, gold bars, bauxite gizzard stones, and highwood logs. That is going to be an expensive artifact, so good luck. Make us something cool. Okay, so we've more or less got all of the beak dogs in the tunnels. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to seal the beak dogs in. I think that's the right lever. Let's wait until the dwarf comes and pulls it. Just have to wait for a dwarf to show up and pull it. Just gotta wait. Here they come. Sweet. That should close that. Nope, it closed that. Okay, so that's not the lever I wanted to pull. I want to pull this one. Just pull both of them. Okay, that one can stay open. That one gets pulled. And then I do this. Station all of my squads at the far end of this. Just to get rid of these beak dogs. As the wise words of the dwarves, pull the lever, Kronk. We got our competent axe dwarf, militia captain, hammer dwarf heading up the front. First beak dog is dead. Success. This is gonna go pretty quick, I think. Second beak dog, third beak dog. Okay. The fourth, fifth. There's gonna be some blue here in a second. Oh, hey, shoutouts to that goblin that brought a book into the fight. Fifth one. And then here comes the rest of them. All right. So once this fight is over, I can open this underground area again. Because currently they're sealed in. Like, they have no escape, which is fantastic. Ooh, that was pretty visceral, actually. Yeah, so you've been a captain for a while, Akre. And I would just like to shout out the fact that you are terrified. But you have 11 kills. You also helped command the destruction of a necromancer tower. Troopin, the Hammerlord, has created Bekor Besmore, a Highwood Floodgate. Not magma safe, but pretty cool, and claims it as a family heirloom. That actually is useful. Also, I have a memorial to place, so I'm just gonna throw this over here. Where is that floodgate? Down here. Yes, it is a Highwood floodgate, so it is a wood floodgate. This is a Highwood Floodgate. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round native silver cabochons and studded with gold and encircled with bands of gold. On this item is this object menaces with spikes of Highwood, bauxite, and marble, and gold. On the item is an image of marsh titans and peridot. And it's worth 150,000 dwarf bucks. And the name of it is Tempted Pulley, the Disemboweled Worship. And you also missed the fighting because you were making an artifact and, you know, not being stationed as a dwarf should be. Okay, so let's remove all of these and open this lever and jump up to the goblins. Hey, we put that ghost to rest. Which means Dwarf should pull the lever, who's currently Dragon Man, who seems to be the dedicated lever puller. Lever has been pulled. Let's see. Do these goblins / humans actually go into the fort now that all of their beak dogs are dead? They might not, actually. They may be treating this as a proper siege, which is a bit annoying, but also quite helpful. Seems like they're choosing the annoying siege strat. Are you offended by the fact that your woodworker made something out of wood, by the way? Well, there's that kind of cluster of them up there. It's like wandering up and down. Rippin'. I said it would be nice if you made something that was magma safe, but obviously wood is not magma safe, so. Doesn't really matter. It'll probably just get constructed in the tavern and then never used for anything. Because if I'm using floodgates, I need lava. Oh. We've got another ghost, and apparently stuff's disappearing, and people are blaming it on ghosts. That's always a good sign, is when people start blaming theft on ghosts. What was I doing? Not about fighting. Why can't you order some of your squads? You only got 2 to 3 soldiers traveling, and after sending requesting a tribute, do you have to remove the traveling soldiers to have command of those squads again? You can't command a squad unless the captain is there and more than half of the squad is there. So unless the militia captain is there, and more than half of your squad is there, you can't actually command them. I mean, you can remove them. I wouldn't do that. I would just wait until they're all back. But if the first soldier on the list is traveling, then the captain is traveling. And if the captain is traveling, then no, you can't command it without your militia captain. You need the militia captain. Will the traveling guys come back? Assuming it's not bugged. I can't actually answer that question for you. Because that's one of those, they should. I don't know why they wouldn't. Sometimes they take a little bit. But yes, they should. It's one of those hard to answer questions because it's like vast majority of the time they do, but sometimes there's a bug where they don't. Yeah, assuming they're not listed as dead, they should come back. They just didn't come back with the others. I can't answer. Like Dwarf. See, there's certain questions in Dwarf Fortress that I legitimately do not have an answer for you. I do not know if they will come back. The Forgotten Beast, Tilling Nekolugush has come. A great quadruped composed of vomit. Lovely. It has a long spiral horn and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poisonous gas. Well, that's kind of distressing. All right, well, we got more cannon fodder for the goblins, for the dwarves. I'm much more concerned about the siege on the surface. But yeah, I genuinely do not have an answer for you. Looks like they have finally decided to break their waiting and are going to go find out what the fuck happened to their beak dogs. Is the vomit comet still on the map? No, it's not it. Okay, well, wait. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the up-and-coming goblin/human barbecue sesh? Because we're going to need lots of beers for this barbecue. It's going to be quite the barbecue. I mean, look at this. It's going to be quite the barbecue. Also, investments are open again. For those of you who were confused about them earlier. Put a ghostly hammer lord to rest. Let's... Like someone walking up my hallway, like doing something that sounds like they're hitting the bottom of a frying pan. It's a very ominous sound. So like somebody dragging a shovel. It's like, why am I hearing that sound? That doesn't sound okay. All right, let's hope that we can make this work this time. Looks like there will be enough of them in the hallway regardless. So I won't need to wait too long either, which is good. Not needing to wait too long to, you know, keep yourself safe. Hey, Peter, hope you've been well. Good luck, Diamond. How's streaming life these days? I'm getting by. Not dead. I swear me having 420 tickets wasn't intended. Yeah, getting by, surviving. YouTube's been weirdly popping and busy. Same old, same old. Same shit, different day. Same chat, different afternoon, I suppose. How about yourself? I thought you were trying to trick people into investing more. Darren. They're easy to put together quickly, so that's why a lot of them happen. But hopefully we can cause these humans to spontaneously combust momentarily. At least they're moving down this hallway faster than the beak dogs did. Beak dogs kind of were a little slow. Fire Titans are so annoying. Fire anything is annoying. It doesn't matter if it's a Titan, demon, beast, fire anything annoying. There we go. Hey, Darren goes big and it pays off. Diamond. Sorry, Diamond. I'm going to apologize on the bot's behalf for ripping you off. Still doing all right, though, I would say. 14,000 is a pretty hefty amount of tickets to have. So these are the poor unfortunate souls that are going to get torched. Should be fun, I think. Looks like the beak dogs are starting to miasma, so they'll be getting there just in time. They're like, oh no, we found the body of Ozud. That's awful. And they're about to find the body of Damsto. And they're about to find the bodies of Neglusu, Atu, and Zolak, as well as Asno, and Bosa, and Snogs, and Kutzmob, and Atu the second, and other Smutsnu. It's a very horrific slaughter that they are witnessing. I'm sure that this is a very scarring moment for all these humans and gubbins. Also, looks like there's only one crew kind of left in the stairway. Yeah, these guys back here. So, More than half of them are already in there. Also, the Vomit Beast. Where's the Vomit Beast at? Okay, Vomit Beast is coming into fort. I'm going to tell my dwarves to go kill Vomit Beast. And hopefully, there's no casualties in the process. So, if anybody has any bets on how many things are going to die to this thing, I don't know. Type in the number that you think are about to die. Looks like my dwarves are in combat, and they're fighting with it. And it's dead. Perfect. Shoutouts to the Hammerlord, who punched the Forgotten Beast in the right rear leg with her left hand, fracturing it. And the Hammerlord kicked the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her right foot, and the injured part collapses. I'm also going to add an area to this burrow, which is just going to be right here, just so that we can harvest foods and do seed stuffs. All right. Doesn't look like we've had any casualties yet, but it's not too late for them to happen still. Let's jump back over to our goblins. And these guys are having a rough time getting in here. All right, so how far have they made it? They're up in the second corner. Means I just need to wait for that last crew to be popping in, and then we can follow. So let's just follow this group right here. Human Bowman. I mean, that's a pretty solid increase, I would say, Darren. All right, let's how many more are up in this stairway? Okay, so there's a few more, few stragglers. Seems to be about it. All right, well, we'll give them another 10 seconds, I say. And let's pop up here and close the exit and the entrance. Because over here is the entrance to the fort, and that's the exit. So, once both of those close. Okay, both the levers have been pulled. Thunk and thunk. Perfect. They are now sealed inside. Excellent. Meaning, it's time to release the spicy water. So for those of you who missed this yesterday and who've been waiting for this, now we just wait for a dwarf to run in here and pull that lever, which will take maybe a minute. And boom. There we go. Release the spicy water in all of its glory. What do you guys think of my anti-siege weaponry? I think it's quite efficient. Not the quickest death I've made. It's a little bit distressing, actually. I mean, they kind of get stuck in these areas, just like going, ah, really loudly, which is quite distressing, I would say. That being said, it's still very efficient. I mean, very efficient at removing all goblins and humans and other things, as well as the bodies from here. Hey, making bacon. We can make lots of bacon in here, just saying. But like, seriously, this thing is quite pleased. And the actual like dark distressing thing is you'll see like these red splats. Those are bodies exploding because that happens in Dwarf Fort because skin doesn't burn and fat and their internal organs catch fire and combust before their skin does, so they actually explode due to pressure. Oh, it is very satisfying for sure. Like that. Dwarf Fortress, it's a fun game for the whole family. Anyway, the siege is over. I can release my dwarves now. Let's see, how many are still alive? Okay, well, a few of them are burning currently. And no longer. That is it, meaning I can now go up here, and now we can do the more satisfying portion, as far as I'm concerned, which is the drain. We're going to pull 2 more levers. One shuts the water off, the spicy water. Then the other one is the drain. And you guys will see in a moment why I think that the drain is actually more satisfying than the other one. So if you've never seen these, let's just pause. See all of those little drawbridges around the edge here? There. No, watch this. That, I think, is more satisfying than actually drowning all of the baddies. Did I lose a bridge? I think I did. Maybe not. Bridge. Okay, cool. Didn't. But yeah, that I think is more satisfying than killing the goblins. Just because you can see it filling up the lower layer. And I love that. And then it goes down to here and gets sucked back in. Goes back, and some of it helps refill the upper layer. I'm quite satisfied with it. Quite satisfied. I can't wait to see what this sort of stuff looks like in the Steam version, to be honest with you. This is actually the reason I don't use the numbers to show depths of liquid in Dwarf Fort. Because I find it's way more satisfying to just do it this way. Oh, no. I didn't... Oh, shit. Could it be Faded Sparkled? We have a problem. There's a book. Somebody left a book down here. I don't... Yeah, none of my dwarves died in there. But we have a book in there now. Cool. Yeah, it's going to burn forever. Unless I can get water on it somehow, which maybe I can. We do indeed have an oops. Sort of oops. I mean... You redirect this water in there? Maybe I can use that floodgate for something. Pour some water into there. To put out any fires. I could maybe redirect this over here to go this way. And like pour some water in there. Could maybe do that. Wasn't there a goblin that came with a book? Oh yeah, one of my dwarves ran in with a book. They probably dropped it halfway through the combat. Probably what happened. You're probably correct. Yeah, anyway, this is going to drain in like a minute. It's like almost done draining already, so we'll deal with that afterwards. But yes, the goblin in my military seems to have brought a book, which is suboptimal, but it is what it is. We'll deal with it when we get to that. But I'm just going to go up here to the surface and pull that lever. Jump back down here and pull that lever and open the drawbridge at the front, which is right here. It's a pretty large drawbridge, not going to lie. Could the book be pumped up? No. I need to pour water on it, basically. To put the water out, or to put the fire out, which might be a bit of a annoying process, but we'll do it. We'll be fine. Trapdoor is now closed. So we're in late spring. I guess what we need to do now is just work on this tower. Books are not supposed to burn for all eternity. Because artifacts are indestructible, right? So you can't burn an artifact. Books are considered artifacts. So it's one of those like, is it a bug? Is it a feature? I don't know. They're not supposed to burn for all eternity, though. Let's not send everything. Don't want to loot items. Let's do everything else. Sending out some dwarves to go do a military thing. And then we can go back up here. Gremlin is loving my mayor. The future Mayor Gremlin who is watching the fort from a distance is loving all the lever pulls? Well, I mean, I would certainly hope so. It's the only thing that truly makes a gremlin happy is pulling a lever. Especially if that lever causes the downfall of somebody else's hard work. Which is why, you know, they're a very, very trustworthy elected official. Because they're just here to push buttons and pull levers and just make sure that they do good things. Evil bastards. I'm pretty sure gremlins are classified as evil, aren't they? They're classified similarly to goblins, right? Like they have all of the cruel traits and whatnot. But yeah, I would call it a bug. Bacon, but I'm not entirely sure. The Metalcraft is throwing another tantrum. Well, they have to actually commit crimes. They seem to just kind of tantrum and then it's just like over immediately. Oh, hey, they're actually tantruming this time. G'day, Einstensfy. Congratulations on obtaining a sub. I mean, find me a politician that isn't, like, slightly evil. This seems good. Oh, there go your teeth. Did you just kill somebody? You just killed somebody. Who did you kill? Bambool? Oop. Well, the game's saving. Not sure who that is. Bambool just killed somebody. That's suboptimal. Brilliant. Well, hopefully somebody noticed it. I didn't see any dwarves running away with question marks or anything, so. Nobody noticed it. I will simply expel Bambool. We don't have any space for dwarves who are here to just kill my dwarves. That's not cool. Also, isn't it like evening for you? It's like afternoon here. It's 12:20. Technically, it's afternoon. Not very far afternoon, but it is technically afternoon. By definition, in fact. I really hope at least one dwarf witnessed your crime, Bambool. Because you need to go to prison. Nobody's reporting crimes, though. All right, well, it's Doran, the potter. Now you're beating somebody else up. Not even sure. You're beating up Kolib, the miner. Oh, who was also found dead. Great. Excellent, except that miner fought back. Did anybody witness that? I have a dwarf who's drowning. What is that? So, this is not the first dwarf to drown in here. I have, like, forbidden everything. Apparently not. I thought I'd forbidden everything. I've forbidden most things that they could possibly try to get out of here. And this whole area is restricted. I don't know why dwarves keep drowning in here. Like, genuinely no idea. Oh, hey, you made it out. Oh, just... Hold up. Let's just lock you in there. Stop. We're... Okay. That really needs to just be sealed off. I swear to God, if you turn around and jump back into that... There you go. Back at work, you'll be back. Alrighty, go do what you gotta do. Alright, so, Bambool. No crimes? Come on. Right, well, you know what? Psychon is dead, but Bambool's alive. So I'm going to interrogate Bambool. Who's currently, well, was a second ago. Oh, Oh, never mind. I think we're fine. For a second there, I thought that, like, I had dwarves killing each other. No, we don't. A bunch of dwarves have left. This one may have, like, suddenly gone aggro with everything, though. Just looking at the way the other dwarves are behaving. Bambul may no longer be a member of the faction. Which, I mean, he did just kill 2 dwarves. It would be a valid, like, you know, reason to assume they're no longer a member of the faction. But you're going to get interrogated now after being thrown into the hospital. Okay, Based on, like, the responses of all of these dwarves and the fact that they are treating it as a conflict, I think that this dwarf is no longer a member of the faction. So, what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to make a new squad with no uniform. I'm going to add you to this squad, dwarf. And I'm going to, okay, I was going to say you go there, but... Can't really do that. Okay, never mind. Let's disband that squad. What do I do with you, Bambul? Are you getting interrogated? Yes. So we're trying to interrogate him, but he keeps fucking sprinting away. Okay, now you're actually going to the hospital, which is good. Elamino, how are you doing today? Sorry, I'm just, like, completely, like, locked in whatever the fuck this dwarf is doing. I can totally talk about whatever. I'm just... This is kind of fascinating to me. I'm going to, do the old school strat of disable the hospital zone. Can't be locked in the hospital if there's no hospitals. Meh. How are you going to, like, go be put to rest in a hospital when there's no hospital to be rested in? Look at this. All these dwarves are just, like, having panic attacks every time they see this guy. But I need you to admit to your crimes. No, he didn't admit to his crimes. Fuck. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lock you in here for right now. So issue is I have a dwarf who's committed crimes, who the rest of the fort is treating as not part of the fortress anymore. Let's interrogate you again. Hey, well, it's the last stream of the week that I do. We do stream really long hours, but I only stream 3 days a week, so congrats on catching me live. Yeah, if you have questions, yell at me, and if I can't help, chat can. I've got a problem dwarf that we're trying to deal with right now who committed crimes, and by crimes I mean killed 2 people. And I'm trying to get him to admit it so I can put him in prison and not feel bad about it. But since he's refusing to admit it, I'm simply interrogating him for crimes he didn't commit to do that. Currently, this population is uncapped, but we only have 49 dwarves because 20 of them are currently raiding some goblins, and we lost a few in a few sieges recently. But we had 99 at one point in this fort. I usually set population caps for the first few years. I usually set it to about 80 for like 2 years, and then I slowly increase it. All right, let's see. Can you interrogate him a second time? Dude's literally like an inch from his life. So you should be able to determine whether or not, although they don't seem to be afraid of him anymore, so that's good. All right, well, got to deactivate the hospital again because clearly they're trying to do hospital things with this dwarf. I don't know why you'd want to tend to the wounds of a dwarf that just murdered 2 people, but you know. I feel like everybody's overly invested in this scenario element. I'm just like hyper fixated on this. So did you discover Dwarf Fortress because of the premium version that's on its way out at some point in the future? As for when, undetermined. Attempted to make intimidating remarks in order to extract illicit information, but subject was cagey and refused to comply. Dude, you fucking killed 2 people. We're going to get this out of you. Also, chat room, where are your manners? Say hello to the new friend who's here. Come on. Sheesh. Chat's being all quiet. Okay, you're going to get interrogated for another report of a different crime that you also didn't commit. Probably do that. You're on your 4th fort and you died on goblins at 103 dwarves. If you have less than... Jeez. If you have less than 80 dwarves, goblins will just never find you. So set it to like 60. Won't have that issue. I'm just going to keep interrogating you. Like, quite literally. That's all I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep interrogating you. Until we get a good enough interrogation in that they admit to crimes. Also, I can hear it raining from here. Unless you attack them for goblins. So goblins, like, you need to have a certain amount of noise and activity for them to notice that you exist. So unless, like, you have a big enough fortress, you just won't have an issue. Did I tell you to interrogate the wrong person? Oh, that's fine. Interrogation, like, experience. I could just drop a brick on this dwarf's head, but I feel like it's more fun to, you know, force them to expose information of themselves. We're going to sell all of our crappy clothing to these humans who just arrived to trade. As we continue to interrogate people. Although you, Captain of the Guard, are no longer going to have trade good hauling. So I really don't want you doing this. What's going on in the fort today? Turning goblins into barbecue. Someone just knocked on my door. Hold up. I return. All right. Christmas time already? Absolutely. Sorry, some stuff for cooking arrived. My mission succeeded, or finished, apparently. We attacked some goblins. We attacked them, and Hambloco led the attack. And defenders were led by a human. Of the musical whim of the human Allura Cloven Cheerful. The musical whim of merchants. That's a funky name. Hambloco outmatched the human with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. In Leak Evil. It's leaking evil. Started playing because your best friend started playing some months ago, and he would tell stories that were just so fun to hear. Dwarf Fortress has that effect on people. We searched and found nothing, but we also beat the crap out of a couple of humans and killed a few others. Still... I need you to get interrogated more, Dwarf. Otherwise, I just have to expel him, because I know that he did it. That, or I could just lock him in the toaster room and turn him into toast, but that would kind of go against my dwarven ideals. But yeah, we are making goblins into barbecue is what we are doing today primarily, and trying to take out more and more and more goblin settlements. Yeah, I ordered a few things for my kitchen that needed replacing. I managed to like completely destroy my what's it called? Can opener last week. Like it got slightly bent and just stopped working. So I bought a new can opener and a few other things. See how that still no new. All right, chat. I'm just going to expel this dude. Bamble, you can leave. You are no longer a member of this fortress. Is Longdeath still alive? Of course it's still alive. Why wouldn't it be? I put up a VOD this morning. It's almost on year 400, although I've slowed down significantly on it. It'll be a sad day indeed if Longdeath ceases to be with us one day. Longdeath is eternal? I don't know about that, but it's definitely certainly long-winded. It's definitely still going. I don't know about eternal, but it's certainly not dead yet, as they say. I don't know if this counts as a major release, but a game released this morning that I really like. Or rather, it released on Steam. It's been up for sale on itch for a while. But Shotgun King released. If you want to play chess as the Black King with a shotgun, you can do that for the low price of like $7.99 Canadian money. Also has achievements and such. So might need to play that at some point. Get out of here, Bamble. We tried to make you admit to your crimes, but you refused to admit to your crimes, so thus we have to boot you out. You tried that game? Oh, you tried the demo? Or the free version? When it was free? That's pretty cool. It's a nice little game. I quite like it. As we let this silly creature leave. Silly creature. It's a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set, so it was Krug Smash's tile set at one point, but it's had about a third of the tiles changed. But exclamation point tile set if you want this version of it. Let's bring my trader up and do some trading. It's currently bringing item to Trade Depot. Who is Tekid, my manager slash broker. Slowly but surely moving forwards, yes. One of these days, we'll actually get a wiki for Longdeath. That or like just a wiki for my playthroughs. I think that would honestly just be wonderful, but I'm also too lazy to do that myself, so I need somebody else to do it. Somebody ever wants to volunteer to, like, build a wiki for my playthroughs, just tell me where it is. There's just so much. I can't keep track of all of it. Yeah, it's not quite the same, but like I basically when I started playing Dwarf Fortress a whole lot on stream, I went looking for a tile set that like could be modified / looked kind of unique, and a lot of people that I knew watched Krug Smash. So it was one of those like, well, everybody already recognizes this tile set. I like this tile set, so I asked him if I could use it, and he said yes. But if I edited it. Hey Shirley, what's up? How's your day been? Happy Thursday. We're just selling used clothing to humans because that's what they want to buy. Today's project mostly is just, well, I need to put out that book that's burning, but we built this little trap. It's very effective. I'll put it that way. It's very effective. I can actually, like, unlock this, and where's that other lever? Yeah, I need the drain can be shut. But, yes, it's very effective. It's like almost, looking at this thing now, it's like, man, this is almost comical looking because of just how ridiculous this thing is. What about huge? It's only, like, a quarter of the map. Like, not even. Yeah, it's only about a quarter of the map. Maybe a third of the map. But yeah, that's that's what I spent 11 hours yesterday building. Was that. And then, well, actually, it was about 8 hours building it, and then about 4 hours of waiting for some goblins to show up. How does it work? Okay, so I've got... All right. Down here is the magma sea, right? Right above the lava sea, I've got this kind of room, and then I've got this room over here. This room is just kind of all of the different parts of the lava magma sea connected so that they all flow into this one little hallway. It is then pumped up through these pumps that are behind my camera right now. I'll shut the camera off and zoom in. It goes in through these 3 pumps right here, screw pumps that, you know, pump pretty frequently. They go up to here, which pumps up through here, which pumps up into here, and then back down and into this. This one in the center also pumps stuff, but only out of the drain down here. So this drain that drains off the side of the map, this is where all the lava goes after it's been poured on the goblins. That pumps from the drain specifically, also back up into there. It is powered by this set of water wheels right here, which is getting power from this unfortunate drain that keeps killing dwarves. I've lost like 5 dwarves in this drain now. It gets water, drains out of here, goes down into here, flows along here, underneath, off the side of the map, and powers these, which powers this, which powers the pumps over on the left, and this, which powers these pumps, this pump right over here. Like it goes down, yeah, it goes down to here and powers those pumps over there. And then I pull a lever, which drops these drawbridges here, 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 and here, down into here. So everything is made out of lava-safe materials. And then when it all pours into there, I just lock the doors on either side and watch them as they burn. That's how it works. Hey! It's the first time seeing one of these little buggers. It's a gremlin! Look at that! A small humanoid creature with a mischievous, toothy grin. Diamond, it's your favorite. Gremlin spotted. Alright, is there anything in here I'm not allowed to sell? Amazing? It's maybe not that amazing to me because I've built almost the exact same setup before. Like this is a setup I've built multiple times over the years. So it's something I'm kind of used to seeing, but it is a very fun trap design. That is true. So I do have some humans in the fort. Not too many, but a couple. So if I could just buy some clothing from them, that would actually be helpful. Bags. Let's buy some gloves. Mittens. Let's buy some armor and clothing for the humans. I don't need to make it myself. I have about 5 humans in the fort. I mean, lava's one of those things that's kind of difficult to build stuff with, just because in order to actually get it anywhere, you need to use lava-safe materials, which is extremely tedious and takes forever. So, yeah, I can believe that. I mean, the first time I tried pumping lava, I spent, like, from the magma sea to the surface, I spent, like, 2 days building this very meticulous, large pump stack. And then a goblin got into it and broke it, and the whole thing collapsed. And I just didn't bother pumping lava for like a year after that. The best way to actually start messing around with lava is volcanoes, though. Just settle on a volcano and then just dump lava on things, because it's right there already. The problem is, like, moving it from underground up to the surface. That's the actual issue with lava. You know, this fort has been a mess. Like, we're constantly getting attacked by things. What's that? Some migrants have arrived. Yay! It's just what I needed. Hallelujah. We're not screwed yet. What do we get? A goose. Great. And Cog, the doctor. What are you? You're an expert doctor. Would you look at that? He dreams of mastering his skill. Dislikes abstract discussions. You only do the basics, so your dwarves are happy? I mean, the dwarves being happy is the optimal outcome, right? That's what you want. You want happy dwarves. Whether or not you're doing stuff with lava, I mean, that could be fun, but not required. Anyway, you're going to join the military, dwarf. Hope that you like your new job. Hey, more migrants arrived. You're a peasant, too. Dreams of falling in love. Aw. You don't see that very often on a dwarf. Look at that. Lives an orderly life, organized and neat, but is sometimes cruel. Did you grow up with goblins? Sometimes cruel, strongly prefers discussions of ideas of the abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. I kind of just want to make this dwarf into a... Do you want a military dwarf space bar? I got tons. I kind of want to just make this person into a, like, librarian. Prefers ideas of the abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. Finds a chaotic mess preferable to boredom of harmonious living. And sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, even though you're sometimes cruel. And is often cheerful and pleased by his own appearance and talents. Dwarven cultural standards, but, like, being sometimes cruel is rare. Grating, raspy voice, heliotrope eyes with large irises, clean-shaven. His sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his hair is clean-shaven. Somewhat splayed-out ears are broad. Anybody wants a dwarf as well, just, like, yell at me. Tell me what job you want. But Space Pirate wants a military dwarf. Do you want someone who's been in the fort for a bit, or a new migrant? If it's a new migrant that you want, we can do that right now. If you want someone who's, you know, been in the fort for a bit, just hang tight. This dwarf has injuries. Oh, would you look at that? Is married to a Kogan and is the daughter of Madunho and Woogie, 2 of my previous dwarves, 14 years old. Damn near frickin' died. You want Gram? Is that what we call it now? Grams? You want constantly stressed dwarves that dislike their 9-to-5s? Are you trying to, like, imprint your own emotions on your dwarves? Instance Spy? 14 and married? Aren't you? You know, 14 and married? Pretty standard for certain cultures. Speaking of 14 and married and in the military. Just got worse. You work from 6 to 2? Oh. So wait, do you hate 9 to 5s but like 6 to 2s then? Well, cheers, Shirley. You have a good time doing laundry. May laundry be efficient and quick. You would like one? All right, so that's Space Pirate and Cool Dan. Often swayed by emotional appeals and often sad and dejected. Mood, stingy with resources and refuses to expend any extra effort. Well, are you picky in any way, Cool Dan? Because if not, you can have this one. Doran. I am Cool Dan. No, maybe I've drunk live today. I don't know if well, I would probably miss you because I will be on until, well, for another 10 hours approximately. So unless you're doing that like in the middle of the night, that'd be difficult. But thank you for the offer though. But if you'd like a dwarf, I can help you out in that regard. Cool inscription somewhere? Well, I mean, you are an engraver. You're 72 years old, born on the 24th of Opal in the year 123. He is weak and short and skinny, and his very long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his long beard is braided. His very long hair is neatly combed, and his narrow, sunken, heliotrope eyes have very large irises. He has a prominent chin, and his free-lobed ears are very large. I don't know why all of these dwarves have large ears, but in my mind, they just look like, I don't know, mice? Like they all have like these massive flapping ears. His head is extraordinarily broad, his eyelashes are short, and his hair is black, and his skin is dark peach. He likes granite, nickel, silver, onyx, opal, crystal, glass, gems, and stranglers for their 3 eyes. Wow. You like rare creatures, indeed. When possible, he prefers to consume yellow bullhead, cherry wine, and you can't stand snails. Personally finds the whole idea of friendship disgusting and does not feel strongly about the law. Dreams of raising a family, is swayed by emotional appeals, and is often sad and dejected. Stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. Often experiences strong cravings and urges and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. Works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he has an active imagination. He likes a little bit of excitement now and again, well, you get that here, and tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind working outdoors, at least for a time. Dude, I hate snails because they eat my kale. That almost rhymes. True story, though. I had to evict a snail from my porch this morning. It was slithering. Do snails slither? Do they slime? Do they meander? How does a snail in English walk? They don't slither. Snakes slither. I don't know. It was sliming its way towards my lettuce, so I had to evict it by picking it up and hucking it across into the parking lot. So it got evicted pretty far, which means I'll probably have to do that again tomorrow. I like snails. They're kind of cute looking, so I feel bad squishing them. Slugs, no, those can fucking die. Snails, on the other hand, I feel bad. They scoot? Okay. Speaking of interesting dwarves, this one is romantically involved with somebody. You have a lover who didn't come to the fort with you. Well, so much for that, I guess. A gremlin did show up here, Haas. To echolocate in the dark? Naturally, yeah, totally. So you, Minclot, you can have leatherworking, and we'll give you weaving. Maybe mining as well. And Space Pirate, you said that you wanted a military dwarf, yeah? Space pirate. She doesn't feel anything after being unable to practice a craft for too long and is lonely after being away from family for too long. Dreams of raising a family and personally values peace over war and respects the development of a skill and finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time. Scrawling, probably the closest way to describe the motion of how their foot crawls slide. One of my favorite lines I've ever seen in Dwarf Fortress is, "The snake stands up." It's because the snake was knocked over, so the snake stood up. They were fighting an anaconda, as they do. Goblin's bones is tasty, apparently. She is very slow to anger and has confidence in her abilities and is always tense and jittery. Very rarely develops negative feelings towards things and is stubborn and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Likes to take it easy and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Tends to hang on to grievances and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. Tries to do things correctly each time and often acts with compassion and tries to keep her things orderly. She doesn't handle stress well, and becomes very rigid when she's angry. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. You've killed you have 3 notable kills, one of them being a forgotten beast, the fatal dung of Shadow, which was a pile of poop, quite literally, 2 goblins, which were both obviously memorable, as well as you killed 3 angels, a few humans, some trolls, and a dwarf. And a troglodyte. I didn't realize there was troglodytes in this fort, but apparently you killed a troglodyte here. So, that's news to me. Looks like we got another peasant. Doesn't generally think before acting. Can be happy and optimistic and is driven. Also, Are you the one that I already... Yeah, I already gave you stuff. Okay, who else has? Tanner. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. That's fine. And a cook. Dreams of raising a family. Is consumed by overpowering feelings of jealousy and is scatterbrained and seeks short-term rewards. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Well, I will give you some doctoring jobs. I would say Angelrazor has been quite the successful fort so far. Dreams of crafting a masterwork. Tends to make a small mess. Doesn't handle stress. Okay, I need more mechanics to maintain the traps. A carpenter. I hope your name's John. I like your movies. Is a perfectionist, bashful, jittery. Doesn't take to flights of fancy. Likes to make small messes. Often feels lustful. I will slaughter that Peachik and that bull calf. Well, at least we're back up to 74 dwarves. That's a good increase. I was kind of getting a little bit rough previously, but investments are open if people want to waste their tickets. Also, noted if anybody else wants a dwarf or if I missed you and you asked for one, yell at me. I will give you a dwarf now. We have options for preferences of varying degrees, although there is little to no guarantee that you won't turn into a red smear by the end of today. So you may or may not, violently explode into a pile of blood for various reasons. Mist Runner, do you have any preferences at all? Or do you just want a dwarf? Also note, you don't need to give me money to be dwarfed. You need to tell me what kind of dwarf you want. Just want a dwarf? All right, that makes my life easy. And that. Well, we'll go one up. You get to be an engraver. You get to hang out with I Am Cool Dan. You killed 2 goblins and a being of the mountains previously. Did you, just get here? You're a proficient mace dwarf. You're one of my military dwarves. Ubar. And your name is Mist Runner. Not by dwarves, but for gremlins, yeah. All bones are. Within the last season, he was uneasy after being unable to acquire something for too long, and uneasy after decent meals for too long, and restless after being unable to rest and recuperate. Well, that's unfortunate. Dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized. 71 years old, born on the 5th of Granite in the year 124. He is short and incredibly fat. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean-shaven, and his heliotrope eyes have large irises. He has a high, squeaky voice, and is extremely tall. Broad ears have large fused lobes. If I keep doing that voice, I will lose my voice quicker than I normally do, so I will stop. His lips are thick, and his hair is black. His skin is dark peach. He likes bismuth, bronze, jade, green jade specifically, stingray leather, coffins, and amulets, and albatross men for their large wings. And the sight of the crypt of cleaning and the sound of the embraces of satin. The crypt of cleaning is the boring version of the crypt of the necrodancer. And the sight of the wondrous lark, and prefers to consume bushmaster and sewer brew. You like sewer brew? What's wrong with you? And you can't stand oysters. Yeah, we need to do the voice for at least a moment, right? He personally sees family as one of the highest ideals. So honestly, this dwarf just sounds like Toad. Whenever it says high squeaky voice, I just imagine they just sound like Toad from, Nintendo. Toad from Nintendo. Hi, Mario! Like that kind of shit. That's just how I imagine that. Anyway, he views decorum and he views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those who fail to maintain it. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. He holds shrewd and crafty individuals in the lowest esteem, and values sacrifice and values loyalty, and dreams of mastering a skill. And this dream was realized. He is obsessed with order and structure in his own life, with everything kept in its proper place. He is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. He is very polite and observes appropriate rules of decorum. When possible, prefers to be alone. He prefers to be alone when possible, and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him, does not often feel lustful, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and often acts with compassion. He has a greedy streak and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. Works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess and doesn't seek out excitement. He exhales sharply when he gets angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Welcome to the fort, Mist Runner. Managed to make that wholesome, Stone. Suraburu, for those of you who don't know, is it's either the second least valuable or like the least valuable alcohol in Dwarf Fortress. So it's like the least desirable booze you can get in Dwarf Fort. It's one of the least desirable booze in Dwarf Fort. It's like that. And whatever. It's Fisher Brew, Gutter Cruel, or whatever. And then there's one other. The gutter stuff is like supposedly, literally just the stuff that you rip out of a gutter. But, when it comes to drinks. Well, at least we're recovering from that pretty catastrophic prickleberry wine and swamp whiskey. Swamp whiskey, that's the one I was forgetting. Prickleberry wine, gutter cruor, swamp whiskey, and sewer brew. Yeah, mead has like no value, which is strange because dwarves love mead. Dwarves tend to like mead, but it does have really bad value. Ham Bloco. So Ham Bloco has been taken by a Fey Mood. This is one of my best, shall we say? One of my best. Has killed dwarves, goblins, forgotten beast, demons, many zombies, troglodytes, angels. This dwarf's killed it all. And this dwarf has now been taken by a strange mood. Let's see what they make. I really hope they don't just go claim a craft store shop. Please go claim something cool. It's gonna be a craft store shop, isn't it? It's a craft store shop. Any bets on what this dwarf makes, chat? It's a weird pathing route. Open this area up a bit. A fire book? You know they can't make books as artifacts, right? I bet a toy hammer. You know we have like 3 toy warhammers as artifacts in this fort, which is funny because like all of the children at all times are like playing with artifacts. Including one that's like ridiculously valuable and made almost entirely of gold. But it's like a stone toy warhammer. Which I think is kind of amazing. And hello! How are you, Hendrico? I can never, like, decide in my brain whether or not I'm supposed to, like, separate your name out into 2 words or 1 word. It's like, is it Hend Eric 0 or is it Hendrico? Because I don't know. Anyway, 3 pieces of marble, 4 pieces of marble, black cap logs, goblin cap logs, and fungi wood logs. Well, that's going to be a boring one. 3 pieces of marble and 3 pieces of wood. Any bets on what that dwarf makes? It makes for happy kids. Sure. Yeah, definitely. All right, let's go and assign these, or go order these to be bedrooms. Patch maybe a floodgate. I mean, at a craft store shop, it could be almost anything. I'm not gonna get excited. You predict the scepter? That would be acceptable. Acceptable? Maybe I'm stretching with that one a little bit. I thought you were trying to say a frog. I'm like, you mean like a figurine of a frog? Oddly specific, but a mini forge would be nice. I don't think we actually have an artifact mini forge yet. I mean, here's the thing. If the dwarf makes a artifact with an image of a frog on it, I think you should get some sort of like arbitrary award, because that would be like premonition levels of prediction. Like, I feel like it would be ridiculous if you managed to actually predict that, in short. It would be separated from the rest of them? Separated from the rest of them, yes. It certainly would stand out in a league of its own. If you were to make a scepter. Speaking of, I have the game tabbed out currently. And you were close. Nobody predicted amulet, though. Nobody predicted amulet. But Hambloco, the militia commander, has created a fungi wood amulet named Metul Dakal. Needs more Dakal, honestly. And and claims it as a family heirloom. We all lost, yep. Nobody guessed it. It's worth almost nothing, and it's called Cross-Skirted. This is a fungi wood amulet. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular marble cabochons and decorated with fungi wood, and encircled with bands of black cap and cushioned marble cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of marble. On the item is an image of dwarves in goblin cap. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Angelrazor by the Crimson Joys of the Crimson Pulley in the early spring of 186. On the item is an image of a single cut gem in marble. I would say that that is a very much a, I'm trying to like make more bad jokes and I can't hear. True Zoica. Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Chat, can I get a big round of beers as per usual? Cheers for the Bezos bucks. If they still count as Bezos bucks. I don't know whose bucks they are anymore. But thank you very much, seriously, for throwing that subscription my way and help keeping this weird show funded. All right, so I should probably get my military training again. Because I do have some recruits, and I need them to go learn the ways of stabbing things in the face. But yeah, enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. We do stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays for about 12 to 14 hours. We did the full 14 and a half last night, actually. Yesterday kind of got long. The day before was a very short stream of only 10, though. 10 and a half. So we're aiming for that 14 today. Which means at this point we have about 10 hours left in the stream. Ish. Give or take. Really, really hope that our new recruits learn quickly, because goddamn, they're gonna need to. I like how your left foot is broken, yet you're in the military. Anyway, quite clumsy. Good luck. We're gonna have to let them train up a bit, though. I guess, kind of the thing I really need to do is just get rid of all of these boulders. I guess what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna do something that I haven't actually done in this fort yet. I'm just gonna make a pretty big stone stockpile right there. I'm just going to not put metal ores there and put a couple wheelbarrows there. Because I need them to bring all these over. It's going to take them a while to bring the wheelbarrows because they are made of gold. I have an abundance of gold. So thus, everything that isn't absolutely mandatory is automatically made out of gold. Up here is the top of the fort, so we're going to work on this now. We're going to build out the upper levels. And as always, if anybody wants a dwarf, just yell at me. You don't need, or just ask me. You don't need to give me money or anything to get dwarves. Just gonna ask me nicely and tell me if you got any preferences. But aside from that, fort's kind of running pretty smooth right now, which is nice, considering like the game's giving me 10 minutes between like giant armies of monsters. Hello, post-apocalypse. Still impressed that you have that username. I think I said that the last time you were here, but it's like almost as impressed as though this time this person tuned into my stream while I was playing Hunter Call of the Wild a while ago. Tunes in, and his username was just Pikachu. Like, no funny spellings, just Pikachu. And I clicked on their username, and their username was registered in 2008. I'm still just like kind of shocked that someone managed to just get the name Pikachu. That's crazy. How in the world do you get that as your username? That is just nuts. The real Pika Pika? Yeah. Well, I mean, the real Pika Pikas are just Pikas, right? Real Pikachus are actually just like a rodent that lives in the West Coast. That account's worth money? I mean, literally the first thing that they said to me when I commented, I was like, holy shit, that's a cool name that you've managed to get. They're like, yeah, it's from the old days, and no, it's not for sale. Like, I don't want to buy it, but I'm just commenting that's a cool username. It's just like the person who has twitch.tv/blind, just BLIND without the IRL, has a thing on their Twitch account that states, no, this account is not for sale. No, I'm not taking offers. No, you can't buy it. Which is just like, I can't afford whatever you asked for it, but I want that account from you. I once had a person try and buy my vanity URL for my Discord. They didn't offer me anywhere near enough. Because my vanity URL for Discord is just blind. Which I was able to get back when I was a Discord partner. And I still have it, though, because it's grandfathered in. But I do have somebody who tried to do that. Your PlayStation name is also used by some streamer on Twitch. Oh, really? There's a Fortnite stream, or not a streamer. There's a competitive Fortnite player who I don't think is active anymore because I haven't had this happen in a while. But when Fortnite was like at its peak, like peak popularity, there was a guy who won a bunch of Fortnite tournaments named Blind, by the way, BLINDBTW. And that was his name on Fortnite, and that was his name on Twitch. And he'd tell people, go join my Discord and I'll give you free V-Bucks or whatever the fuck. And when he'd say that, like, you know, a lot of people would join his Discord, which was just a normal Discord. Then a lot of people would just go to Discord and, like, you look for the join code blind. Because the command for his Discord was !blind, so he'd tell people to type blind into chat. Well, some people would, like, misunderstand that and think that they meant go to Discord and type in blind to join my Discord. So maybe like once every 3 months, because this guy would only stream once every couple of weeks maybe. But whenever he would stream, he'd have like 40, 50,000 concurrent viewers. And my Discord would just get flooded by children looking for V-Bucks, which was always like to any of you who are in my Discord, you know what my Discord's like, right? It's like kind of a bunch of dads and like a bunch of adults just like, there's like a quiet politics room, like we have a plants room. But like there was one time me and Hobo were just like sitting there and talking because in moderator chat because there was 15 people in one of my voice rooms just like talking about Fortnite, going like, so like where's the Fortnite? Is there a Fortnite room? And like it was never bad. Like we never actually had like a bad interaction with any of these kids. It was always just guys, I think you're in the wrong place. Like, we never had to ban anybody. It was actually, like, pretty amicable. It was just a lot of, like, confused. Are we in the right place? I don't think we're in the... Guys, I don't think we're in the right place. This doesn't seem like the right place. Which was kind of funny. Where's the V-Bucks? Was also something that we'd get occasionally. It's like, guys, I think you're looking for this Discord server associated with this streamer. Yeah, it's been a while since that happened. I think the last time that happened was, like, 2018. But it's very memorable because it was just very funny. Whenever it happened. So we've built up another layer of this. Give V-Buck? No. You get your own V-Buck.
This is madness!
Madness! Oh, but do you remember the kids that would, like, randomly pile into my Discord server and ask about V-Bucks because of that one Fortnite player? You remember that? Speaking of Hobo. Also, happy 420 if that's where it is. We're over in Florida right now. That seems about right, because it's 1:20 here. You're 3 hours ahead. Oh, you mean 2,200 hours? I was like, dude, we're only 2022. We're not 2222. Hasn't been 200 years. And then yeah, you're talking about that. Okay, I get you. V-Bucks? You know, I'll be completely honest with you. I have no idea what the V in V-Bucks stands for Fortnite. Because wouldn't it be F-Bucks for Fortnite Bucks? Yeah, I know how a 24-hour clock works. I just forget that people use it. Like, I actually don't know. Virtual Bucks? Is that really what it stands for? Wow, that is very uncreative. You know what's kind of crazy, actually? I learned about this the other day when I was staring at Reddit. Well, last night while I was staring at Reddit trying to fall asleep. Apparently, on Xbox Game Pass, like their cloud streaming service that's like Stadia where you can stream games. I thought it was Victory Bucks. I don't know. Why not both? Anyway, their cloud streaming service that lets you, cloud stream games from the cloud on your PC. Apparently, you can stream Fortnite via Xbox Cloud without paying for Game Pass. Vasectomy bucks. Apparently you can stream Fortnite through Xbox Game Pass without having Xbox Game Pass, which is actually kind of a huge marketing swing because it allows you to play Fortnite on iPhones through Xbox, which is kind of wild, actually, and a really smart business move from in a list of long smart business moves from Microsoft. It checks out, it's free. Sure, but for every other streaming service and platform like that, you have to pay for the streaming service to be able to play the free game. Right? It's like, no, you can't actually play Fortnite on iPhones. There's no way to sideload it. And it doesn't run natively. It hasn't since the fucking what's it called? Lawsuits. When they, got sued Apple, or Apple sued them. I can't remember who sued who. But somebody sued somebody, and they sued each other. And Apple took it off. So no, it doesn't run natively. Yeah. And it hasn't run natively since. And part of the settlement for the lawsuit was yeah, we're not going to let Fortnite be on phones again. So you can play Fortnite on iPhones streamed through Xbox, which is wild. This is just, we live in such a weird fucking world now. I don't even know. Chat, you guys want to see something very satisfying? Watch this. That's a lot of cookies. I just acquired. Gonna plant more. You harvest all of these things and they give you a whole lot of cookies for every single one that you harvest. Hey, apparently I now have access to bakeberry cookies. Cool. 2% multiplier. I don't think it would make any mobile machine melt. I don't think it would run very well. But I also don't think it would make any mobile phone melt. I mean, most mobile phones are more powerful than PCs that run Dwarf Fortress just fine. So I don't totally agree with that. I think that a lot of people vastly overestimate how many resources Dwarf Fortress takes. It runs slowly because of the way the game's programmed, but looking at it right now, I'm only using about hold up. I'm only using about 41% of my CPU right now and about 14% of my RAM. I do have quite a bit of RAM though. So that's not that much. And this CPU isn't that much also, I may or may not have overclocked it 0.1 gigahertz just to, anyway. So looking at this, it's yeah, phones could run this. No problem. No problem. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. I've played it. Don't like it. Why? Although it's nothing wrong with the game for me. It's just I don't like open world survival crafting games. I've never played an open world survival crafting game that I've enjoyed. So Dark Days Ahead is one of those. So it's a type of game I don't particularly enjoy. Game itself's fine though. Why do you ask? Plenty of people here have played CDDA. Probably quite a bit, potentially. Uh-oh. I just realized I missed a tile. I missed a spot. You go there. I mean, it's fantastic. It's probably one of the best open source games out there. Just period. It's it's up there with OpenTTD as one of the best open source games in existence. It just happens to be a style of game that I just do not want to play. that's the issue. Like it's the game itself really fucking cool. It's got a lot of really neat simulation going on, a lot of really cool under the hood tech. It's a fantastic like engine for cool as fuck game design, but like I just don't ever want to play it. The problem. Yeah, absolutely. Totally. I mean, if I'm gonna play a game like that, I want to play it in multiplayer. And you know, CDDA is not a multiplayer game, right? So if I'm gonna play a game like that, I'm gonna play Project Zomboid and run around with friends and go on a road trip for a little bit. And I don't actually get any fun out of like a 2/3 of that game. I enjoy the part where I run around and drive cars, and I enjoy that part of CDDA as well. The problem is the rest of CDDA, so I just have no interest in streaming it or making content for it. But it's a neat game. I mean, it's fine for what it is. Very, 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 very cool project. Yeah, no, exactly. Stone, I'm kind of in the same boat, I would say. So something I could do is I could make a public tavern up here. But then we'd have to deal with all of the weird visitors we get. I'll be back momentarily. I gotta pee. I've returned, but I have a cable that's tangled up. Untangling. Hey, and the dry season has come. I think now's a good time for me to rise to the occasion of the dry season. Bye, chat. It was nice knowing you. I'm sinking into the void. Almost dead. I'm melting? I'm shrinking, not melting. One of these days I'm going to do that and it's going to unplug my monitor or something stupid. It's like every time I do that, I feel like I'm just tempting fate that like it's just going to, you know, not work. But autumn has arrived on the calendar.
Tea Earl Grey hot.
Earl Grey hot. Tea is insufficient for continued elevation. Tea is insufficient. So what you're saying is I require more tea or you require more tea to maintain elevation? Also, welcome back, pilot. You working today? I do have to say that I do like the fact that Pilot used to have a hard time watching the stream because work, and now you just have a management position so you can watch the stream at work again. I don't know if that was like the intended impression I was supposed to get, but that's definitely the impression that I've ended up getting. It's just that, oh, well, you can watch the stream now because you have a management position at work. Throw these blocks over here. Right place, not in the wrong place, so I don't screw up the shape of this. Hey, Lump. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. My phone just vibrated. I wonder what that's about. Let's do that, and that. Might just be my phone being like, it's time to pay your phone bill, and I'll be like, I already did. Because I did. It is time to pay my phone bill. Actually, no, it's not. Hey, Virgin member, add another line to your account and get a Samsung Galaxy A53 for $0 down APR on Sweet Pay with low monthly payments for 24 months, plus get $5 off of your first bill for the next 24 months. Get for the next 24 months on that line with select 2-year plans. Taxes and fees apply. No. Why do I need a second phone? I really wish that there's like, this feels weird saying that I wish I could give more information to phone companies. I really wish that I could tell phone companies, I'm single and live alone, fucking Trups, stop trying to sell me a second phone. I don't need a second phone. This one's fine. I will have it for another 4 years until it ceases to function, and fuck off till then. Christ. The only notification I want from my phone company is, you forgot to pay your phone bill, and we're lowering your rates. You worked for Sprint in Europe, it was horrible. I believe it. I feel like working for a phone company would be absolute hell. I'm always super nice to people when I have to deal with phones or internet for that exact reason, because it's just like, oh. That's always just like the biggest test of my patience, having to deal with not the employees, but the policies of those companies. They do that even when you have 2 phones in a house. You swear that they have a third line. For they swear that you should have a third line for some reason. Well, I mean, it gives them more money, so naturally they would feel that way, right? I don't think I've ever gotten a happy birthday from my phone company. Although there was one time where they sent me an email, or not my phone provider, but my internet provider sent me an email. This was a while ago. They were just like, loyalty members thing. It's like, members who sign up for a 5-year contract get a free TV. And I literally just like looked at my history of the amount of time that I'd been using their services and was literally just like, hey, so I've been using your services for more than 5 years. Can you just give me a free TV? And they were like, hold on. And about 10 minutes later, I received a text saying, we are shipping you a free TV. And I was like, yes! Possibly the best deal I've ever gotten from a phone company. It was like, hey, we're shipping you a free TV. Issue of that free TV, though, wasn't a very good TV, but it was free, and now it's like sitting in my storage in the basement. It was like a $300 TV. So, but hey, free TV. It's free TV. I'm not gonna complain. I've never, if I ever receive a text message from a cable or phone company lump that says, woo woo, happy birthday, I will unsubscribe from that service immediately, even if it's mandatory for me to get by in life. Do not want that. That should be considered harassment. Like, there's no way in hell that should be acceptable. Absolutely not. I've also kind of screwed up the shape of this. Is there any way to unscrew this? Yes, actually. Remove this. I see where I screwed up. I was like, I don't think it's screwed up on the bottom, is it? Nope, it's not screwed up on the bottom, so it's just the top that I screwed up. Did I give the cable company your real birthday info? It's not possible to not give them my real birthday info. You have to show photo ID when you sign up for a phone. You remember someone training you at the time in the phone company, and he was bad at English, and he asked some woman in Virginia, and she was trying to If she was still with Hoy vey. Well, sounds like that person was good at their job. To be totally fair, Virgin Mobile, which is my phone provider, has the most passive-aggressive, like, sexually heated text messages for no fucking reason. Like, they'll just send me a text that's just like, hey, babe, want an opportunity to win free tickets for this thing? Virgin members get a 20% discount regardless. Sign up here for hot nights out. And it's like, bitch, what the fuck? Stop it. Like, this is a marketing email. Why do you have to, like, do this? And you can't unsubscribe from it. They send you these things like once or twice a month. And sometimes they're like actually like decent coupons. But usually it's just like, fucking, it's summertime. It's time to get outside and get hot and sweaty. So go to Forever 21 with your 15% discount. It's like, I can tell you must be run by a bunch of fucking virgins because nobody else fucking talks like that. Ugh! Anyway, their marketing is a thing. These aren't emails, these are texts. Emails like that would get you yelled at by the wife until she reads. I mean, when you see who it's from, it is legitimately just it is their marketing emails. It really sucks that they have the better prices, not the best, some of the best prices and some of the best coverage for my area on phones. Otherwise, I would absolutely like switch. Their catch-up lines? Well, I mean, if you call any customer support, the first line you get from the customer support robot is, "Hey babe, I'm out. I'm not here to hit on Cleverbot. I'm not 12 anymore. Like, let's go do something. Like, be efficient. Stop, like, you know, making me say this stuff because it doesn't make any sense. Let's sell them all the weapons I don't need. Although I may not. Okay, yes, we can trade them. What else can I sell? It's like, thanks, ad, for reminding me that I'm lonely and bored. Jeez. So the thing is, I can block them, but these aren't phone numbers. These are from my phone, right? So these aren't numbers that I can block. So in order to pay my phone bill, I need to have their app installed, right? That, or I need to fucking phone their phone line. So in order to automatically set up payments, I have to have their app installed on my phone, okay? Because you can't do that through their website. Sweet. So in order to automatically pay the bills, I have to have their app installed. If you have their app installed, they send you those texts, and the texts come from the app, not from a phone number. So you can't actually block it. So unless I want to phone somebody or walk into a mall and pay at a kiosk once a month, I have to receive those marketing emails, texts. There's no way around it. You met a lot of John Smiths on sales line who ordered 10 iPhone 7 lines with lease, and they were all frauds. Really? That sucks. Disable notifications? It's not a notification, it's a text. You just got billed on my bank account once a month, never hear them? I've literally phoned them and asked them if they could turn it off before, and they're like, yeah, we can't do that. Because they consider it a perk of signing up for their phone line. Which is the ridiculous part of it. Because they are sometimes good coupons. If you shop at Forever 21, which I don't, or if you go to a lot of raves, which I generally don't, it's been a while. Or if you go to a lot of things that people go to, I guess. Greetings from the mountain homes. Threaten to change the company? I haven't gotten that desperate yet, because admittedly, like, they are once or twice a month, right? Which is enough time for me to get mad, get annoyed, delete the text, and then forget. And also, I don't feel like sitting on their helpline for 30 minutes to figure out how to disable it, to be completely honest with you. That's the main thing. It's more effort to, like, call them and be like, just stop, than it is to just go, huh, that's annoying. then delete it once a month or twice a month or how often they send them. But nothing more. Are you with Virgin Mobile in Canada, Enderico? Because if not, then it's not relevant. Virgin Mobile's marketing people, clearly. And before I get banned from Twitch for saying the word virgin too many times loudly. Your company name is Orange? Like, that's the name of the phone provider? I've never heard of that before, so. I've also never heard of Vodafone before. But, you know, regional phone companies, they exist. All right. Buy some brews. They brought Peregrine Falcon blood in a barrel for some reason. And lizard blood, which I almost bought. You got irritated by a particular Amazon ad video and called them about it, and they actually managed to block it for you. Way too much effort, but interesting as an experiment. One of my favorite stories, which I've told on stream before, is a guy I used to work with, who I talk with sometimes through Discord. I was talking to him about a year ago now, and he was talking to me about algorithms and contorting them. And something that he did was he, using a selection of Google searches, Amazon wish lists, and various other search results, he managed to change. So he's taking the opposite approach to ads on the internet than most people. Most people are just like, fucking, where's the best ad block I can find, right? Get ad block and then just block as many of them as possible and then get upset when everyone shows up, right? That's what most people do. What this guy does is he spent weeks, months, maybe years even. He claims weeks and months at the beginning of the pandemic, clicking on and wish listing tons of very specific items so that every single ad on every single website connected to Google or Amazon recommends him advertising for women's underwear. So he's managed to contort his entire advertising algorithm for his personal computer, signed into all of his accounts, for nothing but like Victoria's Secret and various other lingerie brands. So all he gets is like softcore porn all over the internet at all times. And he like works from home because of, you know, life. So he's just like, yeah, no, it's kind of great actually. I love advertising on the internet. Like, all right. I am a liaison from the Gnomes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. I've updated your civilizations and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? And you know, honestly, if you're going to take the exact opposite approach to most people with advertising, I respect it. Like, I can't, like, disrespect that. That is, like, round of applause. That's all I can say to that thing. Leather. I need to buy leather. There it is up at the top. Leather. They advertise women's clothing, do you? I used to get those a lot when I lived with my ex, but... Why does that sound like a certain photographer we both know on Twitter? Probably because they're related. What are we willing to offer you for your craft storeship? Spiky-haired freak, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I don't want to out who the person is, which is why I say that. Well, now I figured. Yeah. It's all baby name websites? Oh, because you, yeah, right, yes, you do look up, like, most popular names quite frequently, don't you, Stone? Yeah, I guess that would give you some weird recommendations, wouldn't it? If you're just, like, constantly looking up, like, most common names. Yeah, that definitely would make people think, or the algorithms think that you're an expecting mom. That's what you figured. That's why you didn't say which photographer. Yeah, well. I just found out that they're updated the app to no longer support the phone that I have. Oh, are we doing customer support live in chat now? It's almost what it seems like, Diamond. Or there's something Stone isn't telling us? Maybe. I don't know. It's 2022. Anybody could be anybody. Maybe you should search for some for some schools and baby toys and really fuck with them. I just keep looking up rubber ducks. Just keep looking up novelty rubber ducks. And there we go. Sending artifacts back to the mountain home. At least the ones I don't want to keep, which is most of them. All right. So. Okay, so the one I need to take out is that up there. So let's do that. That gives you an error that it's out of date and the newer version isn't compatible with the phone that you have. What phone do you have, if I can ask? Like, how old is your phone? Because, like, if it's old enough that apps aren't supported anymore, that's a well done. How long you should keep a phone for until they really want you to get rid of them. Just a reference. I'm not going, but TwitchCon San Diego is now accepting panels. But I'm not going to TwitchCons this year. Might go to TwitchCon EU next year. But I'm trying to think about how I can do this center bit. iPhone OS version on the app is 12. Huh. So you're telling me, Diamond, that you have an iPhone and you haven't reviewed my podcast yet? I'm ashamed that I haven't yelled at you louder about this. Sorry, it's my fault. People with iPhones can actually like reasonably easily review podcasts. So I need to harass everybody who owns an iPhone that I know to review my podcast because it's impossible to get reviews for podcasts. So you should go review my podcast. Where do you need to do that? Hold up. You go to, I mean, I don't have an iPhone, but leave reviews on this page. Or rather, I think you need to go to more episodes, but listen on Apple Podcasts. I can't open it up because I don't feel like updating iTunes. And they're signing into iTunes. Because screw Apple. But you do it on there. I'm gonna have a jagged edge, I guess, regardless of what I do. All right. Apparently I screwed up the stop sign. It's just pain I get to live with. A tree just grew out of nowhere. Well, that sucks. Yo, Bastet. Other people got first today and they were all confused. Like literally, I should have screenshotted it, but Pilot was just like, "Hello, Bastet," right before I started the stream, and you didn't get first. Gremlin from Air. is what I think you're going to type. Seriously, though, it's a pain in the ass to convince people to review podcasts. And podcast reviews are very important for podcast SEO. And podcast SEO is very hard. Well, still, you didn't get first, so, ha! Hope you had a good trip to your grandma's. It was nice of you to let somebody else get first this time. I'll put it that way. Laundry day? I got you. You have all of the time you need to take, man. Don't worry about it. I may or may not be planning to steal my dad's phone and review my podcast on it at some point. That's how desperate for podcast reviews I am. Is I am considering stealing my dad's phone to review my own podcast on it. Will flame me later? Well, I mean, just don't leave me a 1-star review. That's just mean. But, you know, I will take 5 and 4-star reviews. Maybe 3. If you offer some constructive criticism. Yes, Diamond. It's a pretty good podcast, though. I do recommend listening to it. At the end of the most recent episode, we have a session of, is this, we have a session of, is this a Pokemon or a Star Wars monster? Which was pretty entertaining, I think. I laughed. I thought it was funny. Yeah, Darren got first today, which is, you know, it's nice. Was there a blurg? There was indeed a blurg, yes. Overall, I would say that it was quite an entertaining little bit, should I say. What are we doing on booze? Pretty good, actually. Good. Kind of surprised we haven't been attacked again. Notice I also haven't put out the fire on that book. I'm just kind of ignoring it currently. Migrants have arrived. Excellent. Where? What? Are they invisible migrants? Game says some migrants have arrived, but nobody's actually walked onto the map. I mean, something happened in the year 1490, I think, Stone. Something did. You have a good day at work, dude. Yeah, there's no migrants. The game claims migrants. But there is no migrants. Weird. Invisible migrants? Yeah, it's just like my Twitch chat after 4 p.m. That's not totally true. After like 8 p.m. I had a, in Long Death, which is my fortress that I'm keeping alive for 1,000 years, Leo, I had a elf trader plus caravan thing get stuck one tile off the map. And then, like, the elves didn't show up to trade for multiple years. I was like, where are these elves? What the fuck's going on? There's no elf. Like, there's supposed to be elves showing up, like, annually to trade. What is happening? And then suddenly just, like, this elf goes berserk on the, like, right on the edge of the map and gets killed by a cow. And then the cow leaves the side of the map. And it's like, all right. And then the elves showed up to trade the next year. So, you got a lot of loot. Yeah. I had a trade caravan get knocked off of a wall. Fun fact, did you know that caravans in Dwarf Fortress are living creatures? True story. Wagons are one of the rarest, most majestic creatures in the world of Dwarf Fortress. Wagons are technically alive in this video game. Can I see one email when posting a comment on a podcast? Can one see email? Can I see your email? No, nobody sees your email when you're posting a comment on a podcast. Just your username. And both in the death screen? Well, one of them is probably yours because you deconstruct the first one. Deconstruct the first one, the one that you settled with. And that one is posted as missing or dead after you deconstruct it. You're not yet fully bankrupt from betting everything is. Well, I mean, you're making it. You'll get fully bankrupt eventually. I'm not actually sure how I screwed up that left side. It must just be because of where the stairs are. Well, I guess I can unfuck this. And make it look a little better. I mean, algorithms are very sexist and also kind of racist, so it's not too surprising. They probably got angry. They're probably angry because of something else. But now they beat up a beaver and punched it, and the beaver would go unconscious multiple times as 10 dwarves in a panic as they was they were tired from punching. Yeah, that's kind of amusing. It's always fun when dwarves just get into nonsensical fights with random creatures for little to no logical reason. You're actually deconstructing? Oh, well, you are. I love how dwarves can't construct diagonally or deconstruct diagonally until it's, like, absolutely necessary. Then somehow they do. Watch this dwarf, like, somehow manage to fall off the edge after they finish deconstructing that. Nope, they didn't. Okay. I'm impressed. You go there, and then we'll place one there. And that should fix it. Every civ you've traded with the members of the species, is this usual? I mean, it happens. Uh-oh. Oh, just a cave spider, not a giant cave spider. Like, one of the weirdest traders I ever had was I had a outpost liaison for one of my birthday streams 2 or 3 years ago. That was a feathered humanoid with scales and wings. And an extra eye. So it had 3 eyes, wings, feathers, and scales. And it would just come into the edge of the map and then fly up to the highest point at the top of the map and just float there. The very center of the top of the map. And would fly down to trade and then fly back up and just sit there. It's an interesting creature, to say the least. But diverse populations do occur, and I wouldn't say they're unusual. I would say they're fascinating. Older civs, it's more likely, but sounds like a god. This is a pretty cool outpost liaison, honestly. Probably one of the coolest I've ever had. Might as well just use those gold bars because they're right there. I'm officially out of diorite blocks. Where all these dwarves are on these blocks overall. So they're still working on them. Like this 1-star review, waste of money, got enough for 2, but too much for 1 on the bag of noodles marked as serving 2, which costs a quid, which costs $1, like what, like $1? So they were complaining that the serving size for a very cheap item was too small. I mean, that seems like the sort of thing people would complain about. Make 4 doors. I love the reviews people leave for the ocean. That's one of my favorite one of my favorite things to do on Google Maps is just go read reviews of oceans because, you know, you can review an ocean because they're technically a location. Lego Optimus Prime. Oh, does it transform without me having to rebuild him? Fuck, that's cool. Dude, it's like both halves of my childhood in one expensive toy. Damn. Oof. I kind of want that. I don't know. But very quickly dug too deep. Hey, then you, like, saw more excitement than a lot of people who play Dwarf Fortress. I know lots of people play Dwarf Fortress for ages and never, like, find any of the really exciting stuff. Sometimes just out of fear and sometimes just out of, like, lack of interest, but that's impressive. And there's 6 pages of reviews for the servings of 1-pound bags of noodles. 6 pages? I want to know how much people's time is worth and if it's worth leaving reviews on these very cheap noodles. Like, they're not going to take your feedback. I don't think it'll impact their sales if you leave them a shitty review because it's so cheap. The only time I really ever read reviews for products, though, was that one month where the funniest thing in the world was to read the reviews for, chat, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to go look them up myself and go read them. You guys remember when everybody was leaving questionable, shall we say, reviews on sugar-free gummy bears? Anybody remember that? Anybody remember that, like, month that happened? There was a certain chan of 4 involved. Just lol, yes. Okay, good. All right, sweet. Just let you guys know what I'm talking about without me having to elaborate. Watching reviews of shitty games on Steam is always a pleasure if games fail a lot. Yeah. I mean, for people who review crap, there's more crap video games out right now than could ever possibly play. The poop bears. Yes, naturally. TLDR, lots of people for a while there, thanks to 4chan, everybody left reviews on sugar-free gummy bears, basically talking about how it gave them projectile diarrhea. And they were very detailed and very well written and very elaborate in their descriptions. And when that particular thing was happening, I was actually on a trip with some friends out on Vancouver Island, and I just remember us sitting in that hotel room and just reading those and crying, laughing. Yeah, that was a bit of internet content for a different era. That's what I would say. Three buckets. That's 32. Let's make gold buckets, actually. If a mayor demands something and a dwarf makes an artifact that is that item, does it go towards the mayor's demands? Like if a mayor demands 3 crowns and a dwarf just happens to make an artifact crown, does that count towards the mayor's demands or no? Nearly all of those reviews are 5 stars. People really like these noodles. Well, they must be really good value. I mean, they're only cost £1 British pound. Do they weigh a pound? In Romania, you get a pamphlet Facebook page where they usually come up with crazies, news, satirizing everyone with absurdities. I'm trying to, figure out what you mean by that. Like for reviewing things? Your stepmother gave you a 5-pound bag of gummy bears? That's like, hey, die in sugar high. Wait, just normal ass gummy bears? No gimmicks, no jokes? I think the largest container of fortunately, I have very strict dietary restrictions and can't eat large amounts of candy. So nobody gives me candy anymore. But previously, when I didn't have dietary restrictions, at one point as a gag gift for Christmas at a friend or a group of my ex's friends get together, I received a 1 kilogram bag of gummy dicks. Never been given gummy bears though. And I remember eating one of them, thinking they didn't taste very good, and then giving them to my ex to take to work. And she did. And people at her work ate them. Because they weren't very good. They were kind of awful. Those knockoff, poorly flavored, low quality gummy bears. You know what those taste like? It's kind of what they were like. It's like the sort of things that you would get from the house that cheaped out on candy at Halloween, you know? To anybody who has ever done Halloween, maybe knows what I'm talking about. But it was not good. So I just kind of didn't. It wasn't good. When ordering online, the best before is the next day. Really? Oh, wow. That's sketchy. That's a pretty big complaint. I'll put it that way. That is a pretty big complaint. I would complain about that. If I order something online and it arrives and the best before is the day after, yeah, I would complain about that. Joke titles for funny news, Okay, fair enough. Half of these of the ease form, what's ISC forms? I saw when shopping for one was in the shape of I mean, you know, there's a market, and it needs to be paid for, I suppose. There's clearly demand, otherwise they wouldn't make all of these products, so some people, I guess, demand candy in the shape of dicks. I mean, how else is Spencer's Gifts gonna stay in business? Oh, ice forms. I know what you mean. I don't actually. Chat, what's the name of a thing that you make ice in? I mean, ice forms isn't incorrect. That's actually accurate. It's just not what anybody calls them. I'm like blanking now. Great. Brain, please. Ice tray, that's it. Yeah. An ice tray. Ice cube tray. It's an ice tray. I have one that makes square ice cubes and one that makes round ice cubes. And the one that makes round ice cubes, those don't go in water. Those go in my bong. Because I don't want it to scratch the inside of my bong because it's, you know, made of ceramic. Could be like a mold too. Yeah, you can get ones that are more like molds. It's a hell of one. Revised as a substitute weighed... Received these as a substitute, weighed 150 grams for one portion. I measured what was left, discovered the bag was only 254 grams in total, not 300, as sold, seeking a refund. Oh no. They lost 50 grams of very cheap noodles. How will they survive? At that point, I think seeking a refund, it would take more effort than my time is worth. Like, if something is that cheap, I will just deal. That's kind of my way through life. You'd have to be one hell of a Karen to seek a refund from that. You have one that makes X-Wings and Millennium Falcons. Yeah, I think I saw that one at Disneyland when I was there, actually. Like, Star Wars novelty ice cube trays are pretty cool. Well, they stole their 46 grams of noodle from them. So they stole, I'm gonna ballpark. So if it's 1/6 of $1 or 1/6 of one British pound, so like what, 20 pence worth of noodles? Fucking whoop-de frickin' wingdings. Who gives a flying fuck about that? Not me. My time is worth more than bitching about lost noodles. Also, Lost Noodles is my new pop punk band. We only cover Lost Boys songs, but I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm gonna stop. Skimp out under the amount to where I was worth. Just under the amount worth bothering overcorrecting. That's like there was a credit card scandal that I was reading about a couple of years ago with Visa, where somebody was taking, it was like 0.01 pennies or like less than a cent off of every single credit card for every single member every day. But it like equaled up to like this one person paying themselves out like several $1,000s a day. But it was like a micro fraction of a cent. It's like maybe a breakcore album. I could see, or just go in a completely different direction and be like, yeah, it's like a drum and bass project. I could see a drum and bass project being called 46 grams of noodle. Sounds about right, actually. That does indeed sound about right. $46 grams of noodle, yes. What an adventure these noodle reviews were. From just the last month of May of 2018, I guess the product didn't exist before then. That or they didn't sell them online before then, which is a definite possibility. Okay, the mayor has imposed a ban on crossbows. Well, that's good. I already exported all of them, so you can't get mad at me, Mr. Mayor. Really wish that I could request specific dwarves for my old forts. You know, we're going to go after this location. And the reason we're going to go after this location is because apparently that location has a lot of trolls at it. We're going to go hit that location and see if we can get by in a raid. Chat. So I don't know, I wouldn't normally do this, right? But I just got a friend request on Discord. Yeah. I don't want to out their username, but I'm going to take a screenshot of their icon and post it in the sub chat. Maybe a subscriber screaming. And then I'm going to copy this and post it in chat. Click on that image and tell me, what are the chances out of 10 that that is a crypto scam? Apparently this person's in my Discord though, so. I'm going to ignore that friend request. 11 out of 10% chance. Fucking love Mao. Yeah, it's like, I don't want to show it on stream in case somebody's being a nitwit with their stupid NFTs, but TLDR, it's got a board. They got a Bored Ape as an icon. Since there's somebody who's probably trying to sell me bullshit NFTs in the background through their bot, I'm just going to remind everybody that extremelyfungible.com exists, where you can get their website broke. Where you can get these lovely custom generated profile pictures that are recommended that you right click and copy paste. I'm quite a fan of these fucking things. I mean, look at them. They're great. There's lots of them. So if you want to get yourself an extremely fungible token, there's a link. Or just go Google the nice artwork and maybe tip the artists a couple bucks. NFTs, these nuts. $102 grams of noodles percent. Yeah, okay. That's a pretty good percentage, I would think. So currently I'm literally just like building a tower. It's kind of waiting for more goblins to arrive. I'm surprised they haven't arrived yet. But sent out that one squad. They're going to go do some damage probably. We've almost trained my military up enough to go start sending out squads after those angels again, which would be nice. You won a thing and got someone to make your little profile picture in Jeff's? Oh, you mean like an artist was doing a giveaway or something? You know, I just realized that extremely fungible token is EFT, which is Escape from Tarkov in my brain, so I'm gonna have to wrap my head around that for a sec. But are in fact goblins? This is false advertising. Well, I mean, what if you in fact one elvish goblin girl? Wait, what? How are some of the elf girls in fact goblins? What? Are they like green? Because that would be a funny like option to put onto that generation algorithm. These dwarves are being severely overworked, though. I need to give them a break. Maybe after they're done doing the tips of this. Green with tusks. That is kind of amusing, actually. All of your profile images have been self-made? All of my profile images were drawn for me by Cooler, and I paid him for them. So, you know. Winter has arrived on the calendar. And winter's arrived on the calendar. You weren't even stone back then? Well, you were. Well, I mean, you were stone, aka MLH, right? Okay, well, I knew you as stone, aka other thing. But then you changed your name to Seashore's Wall. I'm thinking we do fancy gold pillars on the corner of this. What do you think, chat? I got tons of gold. Might as well put some gold on the roof. This is the pre-AKA? Gonna knock that out up there. You know, I sometimes wonder, because like I'm thinking about this now, because like I just got that friend request, right? I sometimes wonder, do people with Bored Ape icons just think that everybody hates them, or ever wonder why nobody will ever accept their friends' requests? Like, do they know? Like, do you think that they're self-aware enough yet that, like, oh, the only people who think that you are socially acceptable are the other people that also have those icons? Nobody else likes you. You know what I mean? Like, do you think that they're aware yet? Like, do you think they've figured it out? Also, holy shit, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. When did that happen? Ah! I'm rising from the shadows. Hey, speaking of shadows, a vile force of darkness has arrived. They're here just in time for the next round of the barbecue. Hell yeah. Do you not know what a bored ape is? Oh boy. Haz, you must live in a really nice, quiet rock. It's actually one of the few NFTs that are relatively holding their value. By that I mean they haven't lost all 100% of their value yet. Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. Just go to Google and type in NFT bored ape. Oh shit, what is it? Is that a hammer troll? It's a troll hammer troll. Carl sees. Carl sees. So I'm going to lock the dwarves in here. Which means all of those constructions are going to get canceled. What value? Like 300 Ethereum. Which is quite a lot of money, actually. Nope, not that door. That one. Don't buy a bored ape. That's all I have to say, Haz. Draw an emote that looks kind of like a bored ape, and we'll all just laugh. All right. So, did they really, like... Come on, you can send more invaders than that. I'm a little bit offended at how few people they've sent for me to fry. Just a little bit offended. I'm gonna be totally honest. Just a little bit offended. The only problem that we have, though, is one of my squads is still not home. So theoretically, they're gonna come... Okay, so what I need to do is I need to wait until they've all entered into my little trap, right? And once they're all in my little trap, I need to lock them in there so that they can't get out, so that when my squads arrive, I can just, you know, bring them home and not... bring them back inside and home and not worry about this. So what I need is I need all of these goblins to enter this trap before my siege squad comes home. So, let's... Okay, what are they? Okay, they're fighting with a dingo? A dingo, yes. They're chasing a... Guys, I need you to go into the... Oh no, Piggy Squad have returned. All right, well, Piggy Squad, I need you guys to run very quickly into the fortress, okay? Just briskly into the fortress. Briskly. How'd the fight go first? Oh, we searched it and found nothing. Oh, well, that was a pointless invasion then. The thing is, my dwarves might actually make it to this before the baddies do. We might actually. Come on, guys. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, run, 6, okay. Spitalier may have a hard time. 7, uh-oh. This is troubling. Spitalier, I got bad news. You might not make it alive. Okay, hold up. I'm going to slam this shut. Jump down to this layer. This is going to take some really tricky lever pulls. All right, come on. No, 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 you don't. No, you don't. No. God damn it. Okay. Turn them on. You are now active in training, which means you should just fucking fight this thing, right? Okay. Great. Well, you made it inside. Okay, you're getting... Oh, God, that's a lot of blood. Anyway, Spitalier is now dead. And there's also a... Hold up. Quit placing item in tomb. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't go into work tomorrow. But the actual frustrating thing about this is that my front gate is now open, which means I can just lock these, fortunately. Which means they should just leave. Sorry. Where did that troll end up? Okay, there he is. Kind of got catapulted right as I paused the game. Bye, troll. All right, now that I did that, I'm going to unforbid these. And pull that lever again. Oh, I do actually have a dwarf out here. Well, you can deal with it. You'll be fine. By that, I mean you're dueling with this goblin. Or troll, I suppose. And if you can't kill a troll in 1v1, sorry, you... Where the heck? Okay. Are you guys going to head towards that hole now? The very convenient... Hey, Sideways, what's up? You've arrived once more. You're going to get lots of lever pulls today, don't worry. Sorry, Spitalier. I apologize for your loss, and will do my best to memorialize you as soon as possible. And oh my god, a lot of blood just came out of that ostrich. That's all one ostrich, chat. Good lord. That's a lot of blood from an ostrich. Like, what even? Wow. You heard this here first, folks. Ostriches in Dwarf, they have a lot of blood in them. Sideways, have you seen my trap yet? In this fort. Actually, chat, if you haven't seen this trap yet, look up because this is going to be good. This is going to be good. They're getting distracted by something. They're fighting with something. Ah, dingo. Ding dong, the dingo's dead. Okay, you've killed the dingo. Now that you've killed the dingo, do you want to just leave? Do you want to go to my trap now? Entertain the chat? I don't know too much about birds anatomy, but I don't think that that's accurate. That's the wrong way, guys. It's supposed to go the other direction, dude. Where are you going? They're either leaving, or they're trying to fight with something that's not in the map. See if any of them are heading in. I don't know what they're doing, to be honest with you. Well, none of them seem to be coming in, so... Except for, like, that one beak dog. Yeah, there's, like, this one beak dog who's currently leaving, too. I mean, maybe they're leaving? That, or they are... no, I don't think they're leaving. I think they're trying to kill these dingoes. They really don't like dingoes, chat. Yep, they're not leaving. They are trying to kill dingoes. The O is most definitely a tree. Yeah. Or a 0, actually. If it's a 0, it's either a tree or a blind cave troll or an ogre. Most likely it's a tree. Okay. Well, enough of the dingoes. More like dingo to the poles. No, just how about dingo down into my trap? Thank you? No? Okay. Grumble. Where'd that one beak dog go? Ozid. So the beak dog is trying to single-handedly attack my trap, by the way. So, worst case scenario, we get one barbecued beak dog. Just a small order of one barbecued beak dog. Or, you know, just like smear it. What's the big U? It's not to be mean, Bastet. What are you? You are a human. This you is a human. Because it's you. Which is the exact opposite of it's me. So it's not a Mario. It's definitely a human. Extra crispy beak dog. Crunchy beak dog. Crunchy spicy beak dog. With all the spicy water. This is a very small siege, though. I could just send my military out and kill them. God damn, this one big dog is actually assaulting the fort by itself. Okay, you know what? Wait like a minute. I'm just going to wait until it gets down to the trap level, and I'm just going to tell my military to go smear this thing along the pavement. Oh, excellent! The Minotaur named Obal Rigosut Kos has arrived. Sieged Spurts the Swift, in fact. Here to cause some chaos. Let's see where this Minotaur goes. Because, like, you know, the... Oh, please go kill that beak dog for me. Yes! It's going for the fucking beak dog. Excellent. This is perfect. Did Tarn say if he's going to release the complete game or Fortress mod first? Nobody's said anything in specific. If you've heard that much, you know as much as I do. I can't say anything one way or another because I do not know. They will release it when it's ready, and if Fortress mode is ready to release by itself, there's a good chance it will release this year. That's all that we know. I don't have any information you don't have. All right, well, where'd that beak dog go? Come on, beak dog. Ah, beak dog. All right, so beak dog. We can just go squish that. People talk to me like I have some secret information. Like, if you know enough about Dwarf Fortress, Duke, to... Like, I mean, I see you in my YouTube comments, right? If you know enough to be able to say, if he's going to release it separately, you know as much as I do. And nothing is confirmed. So. All right, well, donk. Ooh, that Minotaur actually did a good job, like... What did he do? Minotaur kicked the troll Hammerman in the upper left arm with his right foot, bruising the muscle. The force pulls the shoulder and bruising the muscle, and bruising the muscle. The troll Hammerman misses the Minotaur. The Minotaur punches the troll Hammerman in the head with his right hand, bruising the skin. And the force bends the neck, tearing apart the muscle and some of the nervous tissue. The upper spine has been torn. The troll Hammerman attacks the Minotaur, but he jumps away. The Minotaur gores the troll Hammerman in the lower leg, but the attack is deflected by the Hammerman's large copper thigh boot. The pikeman attacks the Minotaur, but he jumps away. And then eventually he managed to knock him backwards. More violence. Ooh, man, this Minotaur is actually like doing some... Oh, never mind. Was doing some damage. Did he get any kills? I don't think he did. Also, that beak dog's dead, by the way. Yeah, so there's no more Minotaur. And they're still chasing that fucking dingo, by the way. They have a straight line route into the fortress, and they're refusing to take it. Are they? Looks like, for all this time, they're finally moving into the fort. But I hope you're doing well, Duke. They have a deep-rooted hatred of dingoes. It seems that way, yeah. Sure as hell seems that way. So, somebody posted this picture in Stone Sense on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. How many hours have you spent playing DF? DF doesn't track your hours, so I have no idea. Like, genuinely, I have no idea. A lot. It's suspended on glass, supported with glass pillars. As a spoiler. Okay, so I think that these goblins are just leaving, which means I'm gonna go up here and say, hey, army, let's wait. I can't use my trap because the baddies want to be smart and leave. I can't allow you to do that. Over 9,000? Probably. Likely more than that. Here come the dwarves. This army is pretty goddamn strong. All right, let's turn off the locking of everybody up. Let the dwarves go elsewhere. Check how many invaders are left. They're all just trolls. Oh, hey, they're down in here for some reason. Maybe not all just trolls, but they're also not going to live much longer. 4,022 hours streaming it. Sure, I can tell you for a fact that that's wrong, though. Because I know how inaccurate Twitch Tracker is. It's inaccurate for some very obvious reasons. But I would guess that the number is not counting just Twitch streams, like time spent off stream as well. Probably close to 6,000 or 7,000 hours. But Twitch Tracker is also very not accurate, so. Like, it's not inaccurate, but it's usually off by a lot. There was a more accurate site a while ago, but it doesn't exist anymore. And then Twitch changed their chat lurking options so bots can't track as efficiently. What am I doing? I'm... not even close to the number of hours I put into League of Legends back in the day, so... we don't talk about that. Don't want to dump you. Or you. I want all of those bits of dwarves to be put into coffins. I guess my question is just, does it matter how many hours somebody puts into a video game? Especially when it's their job. I don't think it does. What's up, Cams? Nope. I mean, also we're not counting the number of times I've spent editing shit and the hours I've spent editing stuff, which is also basically just playing Dwarf Fortress. But as a neat curiosity, it is a large number of hours. What? Claim all of those. You know, actually, I'm going to go up to the surface up here. Go a few layers up. Let's go to the claim menu, and we're going to claim everything. Well, I mean, they do have redacted number of composers, so hopefully that soundtrack release will be exciting when they announce stuff related to that, which I'm sure they will do soonish. I'm just like unforbidding everything because there's lots of stuff on this map that needs to be unforbidden, apparently. And bits of armor and clothing everywhere. I really want them to do 2 releases of the soundtrack, though. I want them to do a, like, full soundtrack with whatever the full Steam version soundtrack, but I also want them to do a 7-inch with nothing but a just that little riff that Tarn played once. That's been etched into my brain. That's something I would love. Having both of those separate. Top 10 most... Are you asking me to name the top 10 most iconic game OSTs? Or are you saying that it would be in them? Once again, the Forgotten Beast, Thrill Riri, has come. A huge raccoon composed of charcoal. It has a pair of long antennae and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poisonous vapors from the trash it was eating. Alright, well... we shall prepare our bodies for the poisonous vapors. That's like one of the main selling points of the premium version is that it has a soundtrack, dude. We're getting attacked by a giant trash panda. It's currently swimming away as fast as it can. Dude, you know, you can literally just like walk in my fort, right, Mr. Panda? Oh, great. Meanwhile, a dwarf withdraws from society. And, in case that wasn't enough, the Forgotten Beast Stone Gun has come. It's Stone Gun. It's Stone's Gun has come. A great scaly silverfish. Ew! No! It has an obby shell and it squirms and fidgets. Its dark blue scales are round and close set. Beware its poisonous bite. Hold up. Okay, I was gonna say, did you just die? No, okay, a dwarf claimed them. They have your stun gun. Now, where's that raccoon at? So there's Stank-coon and a giant silverfish. I'm not going to name the top 10 most iconic game soundtracks because I don't think that you'd agree with them. Damn. But I wouldn't put half of those in there. Or rather, I certainly wouldn't put Dwarf Fortress, definitely wouldn't put RimWorld, absolutely wouldn't put Stardew. You need to remember that there's a lot of mainstream people who only think about mainstream games that make lots of money. Things like would absolutely be in there. Same with Portal, yeah. So, yeah. Age of Empires. Oh. Where's the, Okay. Hacking 2 forgot. This is a pain. Come back to Gregorian chanting. Yeah, I was doing my best Halo theme impression. Come on. All right, so my dwarves are about to fight with a giant fucking silverfish. Ugh. Fucking hate silverfish. Although this thing's probably going to die in like a hit. Like they'll just poke it and it'll explode. God, if I get DMCA'd, I'll be flattered. Here comes the military. And silverfish ceases to fish. As for the other one, I agree. SimCity 3000 is a great soundtrack. I don't know if it'd go into the top 10 most, like, memorable. I would say OG Doom has a more memorable soundtrack than Doom 2016. Doom 2016 has a good soundtrack, but Doom 2... Sorry, you can't beat E1M1 on the classic Doom. Anyway, we have an artifact being made at a mechanic's workshop, and it's lommable cloth, rope reed cloth, cowl leather, a baguette cut paradox, cushion cut paradox, rough paradox, pig leather, gabbro, and diorite. Yes, but is it iconic? Like, can random gamer number 45 who hasn't played games in 10 years hum the soundtrack for OG Sims still? I can't. In order for something to be iconic, you need to not only have a good soundtrack, but also people need to remember it after not playing it for a really long time. Which is why something like Portal's ending theme is iconic, because people remember it, right? Like, I wouldn't be able to hum that. Do it intensify? Sure. I mean, I would say something like the Roller Coaster Tycoon merry-go-round sound is pretty iconic, but I don't know if I'd put it in the top 10 most iconic. Sea Shanty 2? Yeah, we actually that's probably like the whatever the Wii Sports theme is probably in the top 10 most iconic. But is absolutely in there. As much as I'm like kind of on Mario music, that's definitely in there. I don't think that Sea Shanty 2 would make it in. Just like I don't think anything from World of Warcraft would make it in. Actually, you know what probably is? Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. That, you know. Basroda. Cybrek, the mechanic, has created Delithalal Lucian Tokfat, a diorite mechanisms, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Meng Barpik. Nobody mentioned Pokemon? Yes, because I'm an adult. I don't play games for children. You can mention Pokemon. 84,000. the thal, the value. Polished blankets, the ends of scorning. Scorning? Scorning Weaver. This is a tyrant mechanism, all craft stores. I'm sorry to all Pokemon fans out there. I couldn't name Pokemon because I couldn't. I've never played a Pokemon game with Pokemon music, so I don't. And the Pokemon theme from the anime isn't in the games, so far as I know. So, I don't know. Anyway, all Craftstar ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of diorite cabochons and oval peridot cabochons, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of peridot and squares, and menaces with spikes of pig leather and peridot. On the item is an image of squares in gabbro. On the item is an image of a four-sided prisms in cow leather. On the item is an image of Bosa, worried, maligned, the goblin, and Infinity Simplex, rest in peace. The bejeweled coil of iron, the dwarf in rope reed. Infinity Simplex is the bejeweled coal of iron is striking down Bosa. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Bosa by the dwarf Ral, Infinity Simplex, beak planks, the bejeweled coal of iron with glitter empire in the russet fingers in the early spring of 189 during Uto Ukos, thus onslaught of cremations. On the item is an image of the lovely fist, an adamantine figurine of Onal Empires named in llama wool. Actually, no, the closest thing I've come to ever playing a Pokemon game is I played Pokken Tournament with a friend of mine for about 6 hours one afternoon. That was fucking fun, by the way. It's literally just Tekken, but they're Pokemon. So you play Tekken, but they look like Pokemon, and it's great. That was so fun. It was on the Wii U. Great game. That's the only Pokemon game I've ever enjoyed. So... yeah, I mean, lots of video games have great tracks. None of them I would really consider iconic, though. In order for something to be iconic, like, I need to be able to just, like, say the name of the song, and everybody in this stream right now needs to be able to hum it. At least a little bit, right? Like, I'm just trying to think of something else. Oh, no, y'all are wrong. What are we wrong about? The most iconic song ever? Uh-huh. Well, yeah, obviously, Tetris would be in there. Dun, da, da, dun. Like, that's a good example of a iconic song. Dun, da, da, dun, da, 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 dun, da, dun, da, da, dun, da, da, dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, da, dun, da, 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 dun, da, dun, da, da, dun, da, da, dun, 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 dun. Like, that's just something that everybody knows, right? That's absolutely iconic. Nailed it. See, Hobo understands. No children who've played video games in the last, like, you know, decade has heard of or thought about Spy Hunter ever. Although, isn't, like, Spy Hunter supposedly being made into a movie? I feel like Dwayne Johnson's involved with that. All right, giant raccoon that outputs poison is running towards my fort. Right, Neil. Let's see how this goes. I'm gonna shut off the camera. And we're already in It's dead. Well, that was quick. And we named a thing. See, I as good as that song is, Ice Leopard, I wouldn't consider it iconic. As one of your most recognized. I never played Mass Effect 3, so can't comment. Could be the most iconic thing ever written, but I wouldn't think of it. Looks like it was produced by the same folks that... Okay, hold on a second. You've intrigued me. What is this? I don't know what you're telling me to go watch. But I'm not sure what you're referring to. Oops. Oh shit, Tin Can came out on Steam. That game looked neat. It's a first-person survival game about, like, being in a escape pod from a spaceship. Anyway. Just my area, but you hear people humming it without knowing what it's from? Yeah, but it's also not from a video game. And we are talking about the most iconic video game soundtracks, but... You know, it's also like so we're talking about video game soundtracks, not anime soundtracks. And the reason I discount anime soundtracks is people seem to think that like a lot of really good songs that are licensed for anime are written for the anime and thus associate them as anime soundtracks, even though they're not. Like, unfortunately, all of Yes is irreparably fused to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which makes me really sad because I love Yes. And everybody's like, oh, that's from JoJo's. It's like, no, it's not. JoJo's licensed it and ruined it. Yeah, someone else, I think it was Hobo. Someone else said Sims 1 earlier. I would say that Red Alert, like Red March, is pretty iconic, but I don't know if it's top 10 iconic. Like, you literally, but that, I mean, I don't know what Angel's Requiem is from outside of Evangelion, but I also don't own nor listen to that soundtrack ever, so. I read the manga for it. I know the song, but I read the manga. I never watched the anime, to be honest. I mean, it's most anime intros, which is why I think that's like, it's just like I wouldn't put Hotline Miami onto a list of top like iconic video game soundtracks, because it's not a soundtrack, it's a licensed soundtrack. It'd be like putting a Grand Theft Auto soundtrack onto a list of most iconic soundtracks. It's like, well, they're not, because they're all licensed, and it's not really an authored soundtrack. This is true. Frank Kaplaki is indeed a fucking legend. But then again, also when I think about like most iconic video game music, I immediately default to like, you know, things from like pre-2005. So it's hard for me to like permit things or even acknowledge things post that. Like even like Portal's hard for me to think about. It's like, yeah, it's pretty iconic, but like, I don't know, there's a lot of classics from back in the day. And so maybe that's just me being old. Like nobody has said, I'm sorry, what building? Cool. May 31st, my water's getting turned off for 4 hours. Fun. Anyway. At least they gave me notice. Oh, probably. Actually, you know, a modern game that I would think of, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm going to delete that from my Discord. I don't know if Mengor's listening, but people that are phobic of spiders in my Discord. Yeah, Legend of Zelda in general, but like I would almost just say like franchise theme. But you know, true story, I've never actually finished Ocarina of Time. I've started it twice. Never finished it. It was fine. It didn't hold my interest very long. I've never actually enjoyed a 3D Zelda. I acknowledge that they are very good games, and I also kind of acknowledge that I just have never enjoyed one of them. It's usually longer than they say, and I usually forget about it. That's the actual problem, is I usually forget. I played and enjoyed a good number of 2D ones that were on Game Boy and Game Boy Advance. Like, I played Oracle of Seasons, Oracle of Ages, I played Minish Cap, and I played a little bit of A Link Between Worlds, but never finished it. And I really enjoyed all those. But because you didn't want to end it, fair enough. But yeah, no, I've never like made it through the first dungeon of a 3D Zelda game. I don't like the way Nintendo does 3D controls. Like, I just don't like them. They're just not good. They're not for me. What am I building? I'm just building a suspended platform with fancy towers because I've more or less done everything I need to do in this fort. So we're just kind of chilling, sick. I got you. We're just kind of chilling and playing Minecraft right now because in Dwarf Fortress because I've more or less got the fort self-sustaining and we're just waiting for migrants so I can build up my armies more so that I can go kill angels at this point. Like that's all that we're really doing. So we're just waiting for goblins to invade us, and I'm making this fort impenetrable. So I'm building towers right now. That's all I'm really doing. I'm also using blocks that we're making from the basement that are, you know, being used as being used up so that we don't just have like all of these blocks downstairs that I definitely don't need, or boulders, I guess, because I have a lot of boulders in this fortress, so I've dug out a lot of space. So I'm just building towers. I might put something in them. I don't know, maybe storage, a barracks in them, like a proper barracks. I don't know, we'll figure it out. Currently, it's becoming towers. Theoretically, I could use this spot right here for archers. Or crossbow dwarves. You've never played a single Zelda game? I mean, another thing that has very, very, very iconic themes that none of us have mentioned is Deus Ex. I'd also say StarCraft. Like Terran theme 1 from StarCraft? Come on. That's literally the shit. It's so good. Like, just listen to this for a second. Like, listen to this. Like, this shit had an impact on my taste in music. Oh, it does. It really does. Oh, well. Like, listen to those fake strings. You know, I like when video games had less money. Almost more than now that video games have unlimited money. Because when video games had less money, they had to do more with less for all their soundtracks. So you got these really cool soundtracks. Now you just can't get soundtracks like this for indie games. I mean, so good. I need Terran Theme 1, though. This one. Just screams Space America? I mean, pretty much. Like, to me, this is one of the most iconic video game themes of all time. So fucking good. I could listen to that all day. I'd buy that on vinyl if they made it, but it would have to be Brood War. That, and, you know, this from Red Alert 2. You know, I just want to show you guys this image. That's a hell of an image to accompany that. God, they don't make video games the way they used to, do they? Jeez. Has Frank Klepacki done any game soundtracks in the last, like, decade? Like, what's he been up to? Aside from, like, you know, remaking that soundtrack. Like, what the fuck has Frank Klepacki been doing? I just hope he's been getting work. More than anything. Remember building maps in StarCraft for hours and hours? Yeah, that's all I did in StarCraft when I owned StarCraft, was I just built maps and then played them. You know, it's funny because, like, we talk about how, like, you know, how we truly had awesome games at one point in time. Right now, I am so fucking jealous of little kids. Kids have this extraordinarily large breadth of easy to acquire, cheap, amazing games through, like, places like Humble Bundle and various massive deep sales. And they have access to such an incredible library of old games, new games, modern, and everything else. And they all fucking play Roblox and Fortnite. It's like, wow, like, such a waste of potential. Like, there's so many good games out there, but, like, you're all just playing fucking Fortnite and Roblox. Minecraft, maybe. God damn it. Look. So jealous. Minecraft's fine. I mean, so's Fortnite. Fortnite's fine. I shouldn't knock Fortnite too heavily. Fortnite's fine. Fortnite is fine. No, not fuck Fortnite. Fortnite's fine. Same with a bunch of friends who play Valorant or Genshin Impact. Yeah, it's like you're playing Valorant all day when you could play a game that doesn't have kernel level security, that definitely isn't creepy as fuck, owned by a Chinese company. You play games that aren't just, you know. So part of the reason I stopped streaming Songs of Conquest when I did the day that I did was because I kept getting comments from people going, I can't believe this game is $30. And there's like this fucking thread on the forums for that game. And like, that game's got its problems. It's not perfect, right? Basically talking about how they love playing gacha games. They're like, I'm used to expensive games like Genshin Impact. And they highlight that thing. They're like, but $30 for an early access title? That's too steep. Bruh. Dude, just stop. Fuck that. Anyway, beautiful concept. That's a stretch. In regards to Fortnite, anyway. Had a concept, that's for sure. Definitely a concept a lot of people have, like, just done. in the past. I need a armor stockpile. And it needs to be large. There's a fire imp right there. I don't fully understand why people are so amused slash reminiscent slash sad that the what's it called? That the tower defense mode for Fortnite got like put on the wayside, when it's just like, you know, there's like dozens of games on Steam that do that exact thing just as well, if not better. I mean, I wouldn't say that's a beautiful concept. It's barely even a unique concept. It's like a concept lifted directly from Minecraft. But sure. Murder 6 of your dwarves? I had a forgotten beast with webs made of rock earlier today that killed a bunch of my dwarves, and I'm still sad about it. You know, honestly, I genuinely will unapologetically make fun of people who play Genshin Impact, and also just gacha games in general, because like that is one of the most upsetting, toxic, garbage, piece of shit, fucking awful business models on earth. I hate it so much. Just as somebody who has problems with gambling in video games, like, can we just like shame that business model out of existing? Like, those games are fine, the games can exist, but they need a different business model. It's upsetting. What, for me making that comment on Genshin Impact? You're giving me money for my comment on Genshin Impact? Or me saying that Fortnite stole the concept of, like, put a bunch of kids on an island and make them kill each other and build bases? I mean, actually, if you think about it, Infiniminer also has that same concept. I'm flabbergasted that gacha games are so socially accepted. And I know people are just like, oh, it's because they come from Japan. They're fine in Japan. It's like, no, that's not how that works. Like, it is mind-numbing to me. Let's just sell a bunch of gold crowns. It is mind-numbing to me that they are so socially accepted. I'm gonna hop off? All right. Well, gacha showed up everywhere because it has a lot of money. And you know what you do when you have a lot of money? You put that money into marketing. And you know what happens when you put that money into marketing? It shows up everywhere, so naturally. Yes, this is why we eat every mushroom in existence and, like, just don't eat the ones that kill us. You're not mad because I'm mocking your gotchas, Hobo? Go deal with your tenant shit. We'll see you when we see you, man. I know because Hobo plays gotchas. Also, sorry. This isn't a personal attack. It's a legitimate opinion. Fuck gacha games. We'll see you when we see you, Hobo. And bye, audio. Streamer mocks gacha games. Both mods tune out immediately. Coincidence? I think not. Gotcha. Singular. Well, I'm going to continue to mock your gacha games. Because they're fucking trash business models. For the same reason that, like, you know, we shouldn't market casinos to kids, you know? Bad idea. Generally. I do love it, though, when people are just like, oh, yeah, I don't play free-to-play games and hate loot boxes, but I play Genshin Impact. It's like, what? Sorry, pardon? And I've had that conversation with people in this stream a number of times, and every time it's just like, what? It's like we were talking about Overwatch a couple of months ago, maybe years ago even. I guess it would have been around the time that Genshin Impact came out, so probably like what, early 2020, I guess? That's when that game came out. And they were just like, yeah, I can't stand loot boxes as a business model in games. It's so exploitative. And they're like, the only free-to-play game I play is Genshin Impact. I'm like, what? Sorry, what? You don't like loot boxes as a business model because it's really but the only free-to-play game you play is Genshin Impact. Okay. Just caged up a bunch of frogs. Can you do anything with those? They're frogs. I mean, are they giant or are they just like tiny frogs? You can sell them. I think that dwarves could theoretically claim them as pets, but that's pretty unlikely. Ethanol, please. I'm against smoking. I only smoke weed. That's actually true. Like, no jokes there. That's just my life. Oh, do I need to go back to talking shit about My Chemical Romance? Because I could do that. You'll smoke again when you're 80? That's when I plan to start taking heroin, actually. Unfortunately, it's the toxic result of wanting free games, but games companies wanting to make money, so that's how mobile games become so terrible. I mean, I know it. I understand exactly why it happens. It's upsetting. It pisses me off. But I get why it happens. Yeah, it's cocaine at 79, heroin at 80. It'd be great. One of your friends asked to see Death Cab for a Cutie. One of your friends asked you to see Death Cab for a Cutie with him. How do you say no? Are the tickets free? Like, have they bought extra? Like, do they have an extra ticket? Or do they want you to pay for the ticket? Because if they want you to pay for the ticket, then tell them to fuck off. That's how you say no. Absolutely not. Like, if you don't want to go and you don't want to pay for your ticket, no. But if they're going to pay for your ticket, I don't know, just get really stoned. Show up. Or get really drunk. I don't know. I've been to plenty of shows for bands I didn't like. Usually, it's like that time that a coworker of mine back when I had a job was just like, yeah, then absolutely don't go. Like, so a coworker of mine said, "Hey, Greg, you like going to concerts, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Do you want to go see The Weeknd?" And I just kind of looked at him and was like, "What?" He goes, "I have an extra ticket because my friend dropped out. You want to come with to The Weeknd?" I was like, I looked at him, I'm like, "I'd rather cut my feet off." And he goes, "So that's a no then?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Okay, I'll ask someone else." That's how you tell someone you don't want to go to a show. I would rather commit massive amounts of self-harm that's debilitating for the rest of my life than go hear that music by that person ever. And that's how I feel about, going to certain shows. Nothing against The Weeknd. I just don't ever want to see The Weeknd. You don't want to savage the guy in his taste? Savage him! Anybody who's into terrible music is used to being savaged. Come on. Or should get used to being savaged. Everybody's working for the weekend. VMC. What shows have I seen? Oh, God. So from about 2014 until, I guess, 2020, on average, I was going to about three shows a month. And during peak season, I was going to about 5 or 6 a month. So I couldn't fucking tell you. A lot. Nobody's made me do this yet today, but I have long hair for a reason. There you go. I'm gonna tie it back up. Technically, I'm going to a show on the 31st of this month, which has been rebooked 4 times. So we'll see if it actually happens. Going to go see Holy Fuck, Canadian band. Last show I went to was Deaf Heaven, Midwife, and Holy Fawn. And Holy Fawn was good fun. So was Deaf Heaven. Midwife was very somber and quiet, which is what I expected. All these dwarves are just putting armor away because I have this massive armor stockpile. Let's melt items. Melt all of the metal objects. You're gonna go see my sugar? I'm jealous. You love Holy Fun? That was my first real experience with them. It was a good show. Fucking great show. You also can just say, I really don't enjoy that band. Or you could do the old-fashioned one of, yeah, see, I liked them when I was younger, but I kind of grew out of that phase. That's another pretty passive-aggressive way to just tell them to quietly fuck off with their bad music taste. I'm trying to think of other shows that I've been to recently. Saw Unleash the Archers last year. Saw Ginger last year. Suicide Silence last year. I saw a local band, which no one here will have heard of, called West of Hell last year. I mean, I was supposed to see Spirit Box to get the Chick Metal trifecta, but that show canceled. Although I've seen Spirit Box's vocalist before, back when she was part of I Wrestled a Bear Once. Oh, the next show I'm going to is Blackwater Holy Light, which is literally an all-girl band. But not metal. More stoner doom. We've got ourselves another Migrant Wave, which is really nice. Oh, hey. An overdeveloped sense of optimism. You can join the military. How about you? You don't like people that look differently. Well, that's bad. Racist dwarf. Go join the military. Go punch things. Dreams of mastering a skill. Are you brave? Doesn't handle stress well. Nope. Not brave. How about you? Your thumb is broken. Dreams of mastering a skill. Competent hammer dwarf. You can join the military. You've only seen 2 shows in 28 months? I'm trying to remember the other shows I went to last month because I went to more. This is a problem. Like, I couldn't, like, I remember the shows. I just can't tell you, like, what year I went to those shows. I'm, like, trying to remember what I went, because I went to, like, 5 shows in October last year. Oh, I saw Drug Church, Citizen, and I can't remember the opener. It was Glimmerer? I think it was Glimmerer. And then that really, really awful band that sounded like the vocalist was a cat in heat that had just been kicked by somebody wearing a steel-toed boot. That was an awful sound. I hope I never hear her voice again. I've also like done my best to remove her like voice and the name of her band from my memories, so hopefully I never have to see them again. But the rest of that show was great. Trying to think, what else have I seen? What else did I see last year? The rest of that, to be fair, the rest of that show was fantastic. It was just that one set was laughably terrible. Like, me and my two friends that were there, we were laughing hysterically at the end of that set. Admittedly, we were a little high, but none of those are metal though. Those are all like shoegaze and like punk. Well, Drug Church is they're punk, and same with Citizen. I was supposed to see Propaganda, but they delayed for a year. What shows do I have tickets for? Hold on, let me go check. I have tickets to go see Death Angel Testament and Ex Mortis, I think, is opening in October. Not Glimmerer. What else? What do I have tickets for? I'm literally just looking at the site. I had tickets to A Place to Bury Strangers, but that got refunded, and I haven't decided whether or not I want to rebuy those yet. That's on the 23rd. I might go to that. Oh shit, Cradle of Filth's coming soon? That's on the 26th of this month. Fuck. It's a Thursday. Interesting. Symphony X is soon. I might go see that. The developer of Odd Realm is going to that, which is why I might go to that, just to hang out with him. Blackwater Holy Light I have tickets for. Lebanon Hanover I have tickets for, but that's not till June. Scrolling down. Propaganda I've got tickets for, but that is not till September. Static X I have tickets for, but that's not until March next year. So we'll see if... Because these are all shows that got delayed because pandemic. Yeah, this one's definitely going in the military. Cake? Really? Wow. Cake's one of those bands where I'm like, they still tour? I guess so. How about you? Brave. Perfect. It's not for everybody. I mean, for me, shows are the greatest stress reliever on earth. Nothing is better than just going to a show. You really need to, like... For me, shows are like the entirety of my social life. Like, I am a boring, lonely, single dude who never, like, has any friends. But when I go to shows, like, it's the place where I know people. So, it's more than just like, oh, I'm going to go see loud music. For me, it's more about, like, oh, these are people I know that I get along with that I don't see anywhere else ever. So there's way more to it than... Seeks out adventurous and exciting situations. How about you? Unfriendly and disagreeable. You'll be fine. So. Yeah, no. I was going to see Molchat Dolma. Then their show got canceled. My ticket got refunded. And their tickets went on sale again and sold out before I had the chance to buy one. But something that I still think is kind of amusing is they're now technically international refugees because they don't want to go home, as of last time I checked. Because wars are fun. And they're like, yeah, we don't want to go back to Belarus. So we're just going to stay on tour. So they actually like extended their tour, which I think is kind of amusing. A great work of art. How about you? Mastering a skill. Ooh. Well, filling up my military. Back up to 88 dwarves. Also dreams of mastering a skill. You brave? You like fighting? Want to punch things? Fearful. Fuck. What about you? Getting used to tragedy. You'll be. Incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Welcome to the military. All right, there we go. Still trying to like think of other concerts I've been to. Like just to call things out. Some bigger bands I've seen. I've seen Cradle of Filth twice. I've seen I guess I've seen Marilyn Manson, I've seen Disturbed, I've seen Slipknot, I've seen Iron Maiden. What other bigger bands have I seen? I've seen Metallica, unfortunately. That show was awful. I've seen... I've seen Guar twice. I've seen Sepultura. Yeah, it's okay. I survived on this, so Gojira opened, so it was okay. Gojira was fantastic, but Avenged Sevenfold was awful. They also opened, and Metallica was garbage. Is that? I think it is. It is what I think it is. It's a mountain gnome. I love seeing the gnomes. Look at the wild gnomes. They're here to guzzle my booze, probably. You're welcome to guzzle my booze, little gnomes. I like those guys. I'm so happy that mountain gnomes visit this fort. Oh, I've seen Ghost. Me and Hobo saw Ghost. I've seen Five Finger Death Punch. I've seen, which I didn't like. Don't like them at all. I've seen Papa Roach. Just trying to think of like big bands, because like if I'm gonna start naming small bands, I'll be here all day. Although even with big bands, I think I might be here all day. I'm still kicking myself that I didn't go see Rush the last time they were here, which is sad. I've seen Billy Talent. That's maybe out of left field a little bit. I've seen fucking Mariana's Trench. I've seen the Monkees. I don't know. I'm hoping it's just like a fucking garden gnome. Like, I really hope they just look like the generic gnome with like the pointy hat and everything. Although, actually, are they naked? Yeah, they're naked. So, I don't know what they're gonna end up looking like. They don't have clothes. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. Although, probably one of the most memorable concerts I've ever been to is a band that I'd be willing to bet $1. Probably only people who have heard me talk about them in this chat before have heard of. Which is Ninja Spy. They are like the most local band. It's like, if you heard of Ninja Spy, you probably went to the same high school that my friends did growing up. That's the kind of band they are. Right down to the point where, well, this is an old-ass music video, and you can really tell by it, but, like, I recommend listening to that video. Listen to the music in that video. That's probably the most memorable concert I've ever been to. Trying to think of other big bands. I've seen Testament 3 times. I've seen Death Angel twice. I don't really like Testament. They just keep on having bands that open for them that I really like. I've seen Sabaton like 4 times. I've seen In Flames 3 times. I've seen Devin Townsend twice. I've seen Avatar, not the movie. I've seen that too, unfortunately, but the band. Hey, they found the wine that I left out for them. Because this is a stockpile filled with wine and booze, and I leave it out for the gnomes because they want to guzzle wine. They want to drink your alcohol. So I don't really let them into my fort. So I've left wine out for them. But they just guzzle it outside. Trying to think of other bands I've seen. I don't know. All the concerts Blind's been to, bragging session may be coming to a close pretty soon. I want to see animals as leaders again. That's something I really want to do a second time. Like, I really, really want to see them a second time. They don't very frequently come up here, and it's annoying. Oh, I have tickets to see Psychedelic Porn Crumpets in July, I think. I need to go look up when they updated that tour to be, but... I was born in 94, for whatever that's worth. And feel so sorry if I just made you feel old, but that was the year before I was born. Although it's funny because like my parents go on about like not really enjoying live shows for loud music. Yet my parents met at a Nazareth concert and always talk about this AC/DC show that they went to. Which I just think is funny to me. I think it's more of a music taste changes as you get older type deal. Your oldest kid was born in 97, so not really. Okay, fair enough. I think yes, my little sister was born in 96, not 97. Almost that. You went to the Prodigy? Oh my god. So fucking jealous, dude. I would go to a fucking festival to see the Prodigy. I would go back in time and then go to a festival to see the Prodigy. I feel like seeing the Prodigy would have been amazing. Just like seeing, just like my one friend who I will never cease being jealous of, this one guy that I knew growing up, who, I can't remember what I was doing, but I remember playing games on my computer and him sending me a photograph from an old ass cell phone, like flip phone, right? Like a fucking postage stamp sized photo. And I remember looking at that going, that looks like a bunch of lights. What am I looking at? And he goes, I just saw a pendulum. I was like, fuck you. That was like back when I had no money and my parents were broke and there's no way I would have been able to go. But fucking saw a pendulum. Before they went and became a dubstep group called Knife Party. God damn. I'm literally like paving this chunk of things so that trees stop growing on it. It's literally all I'm doing. I'm just paving the ground. It's not quite turning it into a great mining pit, but I'm certainly paving it. These gnomes are chugging more wine. To brew more wine for them. Good evening, Rin Shaki. How are you? Hello. Didn't even have a phone back then? You were that young? Sounds like a good show, though. One thing that I love about the differences between concerts when I first started going to concerts and concerts now, like the first concert I ever went to, like concert, Pendulum is Knife Party. Yeah, Knife Party is Pendulum. Well, rather, Pendulum is Rob Swire and Rob Swire is Knife Party. So, yes, Pendulum is Knife Party. Anyway, the first concert that was a concert that I went to was in 2008, and it was Avenged Sevenfold, Bless the Fall, and Atreyu. And when I went to that show, they were taking phones with cameras, and they were taking, like, confiscating phones with cameras, and they were confiscating handheld cameras. Like, you had to, like, get a stamp number and you could come get it on the way out. But like they were confiscating those at the entrance because you weren't allowed to take photos. And now it's just like you walk into a concert and they're just like, turn on your phone flashlight, and you're like doing the wave with like a phone flashlight instead of a lighter from back in the day. I mean, MCR realizes that they need to go back to their old edgy, shitty music routes and write music for teenage girls in order to make money. So naturally, music will appear every so often by them. Obviously. I used to really like Knife Party. I remember enjoying Internet Friends. Like, I listened to Knife Party not because I enjoyed Knife Party, but because I was a really big Pendulum fan at one point in my life. Like, by really big, I mean I owned a t-shirt and all 3 of their CDs. You know, I was as big of a fan of a thing that you could be at the age of, like, I don't know, 12 or however old I was. So because of that, like, I tried really hard to like Knife Party. I remember enjoying Internet Friends just because it was weird and edgy. And a few of their, like, Centipede, I seem to remember was pretty good. And they did a few remixes that were pretty good, but I don't know. I like them as a drum and bass group, not really as a... I don't like dubstep. Dubstep just, it doesn't do it for me. There's something about it. It's just... I'm glad that it went away. I'm glad it kind of fell out of popularity. I mean, like we were saying yesterday when I was talking shit about MCR, Teenagers is a good song. That is a fun song. I can listen to Teenagers and not be mad. It's the only song I ever want to hear by MCR. Ever. Just ever. Just period. Just not, I never want to hear another song by MCR, period. There's never going to be a situation where I want to. I feel like I should just lock all the dwarves downstairs for a bit. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Just cancel all those floor constructions and go hang out downstairs. These dwarves need a break. You heard Teenagers for the first time yesterday? Also, I'm not a huge fan of them these days, but the song that the vocalist did, I think it was called Professional Griefers. It was like the vocalist of MCR and Deadmau5. That song was like weirdly catchy, even though it was literally just about kids trolling in Minecraft. Professional Griefers was a pretty entertaining piece of banger. Yeah, how do you miss Teenagers? I mean, Teenagers literally just teenagers scare the living shit out of me. That was like all over the radio for, I guess if you didn't listen to the radio, that would be a pretty easy way to miss that. But like that was all over the radio, like unavoidably on the radio for a while. Jess, thank you very much for the raid. What's up? Were you Dwarf Romanticing again today? I'm just kind of assuming that's what you were doing because of course you're a full-time Dwarf Romantic streamer, right? I told you to stream Dwarf Fortress, but instead you just got all Dwarf Romantic on me. Alistair, hi, how are you? Old guy, what's up? Solantre, hi. TK Condor, hello. What's up, everybody? This is massive symbols and pixels you're seeing is Dwarf Fortress. We're talking about how bad MCR is. And various other musical tastes that I have that may or may not be popular, I don't know. But I hope that your stream was good. Find it funny that the opening of Black Parade became a meme, did it? I missed that memo. My Chemical Romance, yes. I'm just talking about how much I So yesterday, we were ranting and talking about music, right? And I started rambling and talking about music that I don't... Well, I mean, I was just saying that the one song by them that I like is Teenagers. Teenagers is like a certified banger. Everything else they've ever written is trash. And I never want to hear it ever again. But Teenagers, I will not complain if I have to listen to that. Like, Teenagers, and they scare the living shit out of me. Like that is a mood. I can roll with that. And I also just explained to half in my chat that Pendulum is Knife Party and Knife Party is Pendulum, which apparently like nobody knew until a few seconds ago. You know, I should probably give these dwarves a nicer temple. The temple I have in this fortress right now is just this square right here. I think I should make like this upper floor into a temple or something, like maybe up here. This could be 2 temples. It is indeed a Deftones song, but it's also a dubstep group that also happens to be Pendulum. But yeah, that's what we're on about. But I hope that you had a good stream today, Jess. Hope things were fun. If anybody doesn't know Jess, Jess is a full-time variety streamer here on this lovely website. Also a member of Halcyon Frequency, and her voice has been in the podcast many times. Oh, you played all the Tavern Master. Right, yes, you're a Dwarf Romantic streamer who also sometimes plays Tavern Master. I forgot about that. Anyway, full-time Dwarf Romantic streamer, part-time Tavern Master, playing video games on the internets. Go give her a follow. She's fantastic. And anybody coming over from Jess's stream, my name's Greg. I claim to play other games, but I play a lot of Dwarf Horde. About it. I don't. So I'll be honest with you. I used to like some Deftones songs. Then I learned that they're not all very good people. And I am one of those weirdos who has a hard time separating art from the artist. So I can't like Deftones. I'm sorry. I just can't. So yeah, that's kind of that. What did someone do? Says COVID is fake. Various other conspiracy theories, including like less amusing ones. Not quite full on a Dave Mustaine, but not far off. Today is the day you lose Deftones? I'm sorry. Come on, little dwarves, putting stuff away. That's a lot of blocks. I do need to go get lunch pretty soon, though. Kind of like debating heavily on what I want to do today. It's like I could go to lunch, come back and do more Dwarfs, and then play Citizen Sleeper. Or I can go to lunch, come back, play Citizen Sleeper. Or I could go to lunch, come back, and just play Dwarfs all night. Those are kind of my options. It's been one of the heavy costs of the internet. I don't think it's necessarily for the worst, though, because I don't think that people with incredibly bad takes should be influencing the media that I enjoy. You know what I mean? Like, there are several bands that a friend of mine listens to that write songs that are absolutely terrible in their subject matter that I listen to and I'm like, oh, this is definitely like pro-life propaganda written by a bunch of like middle-aged white dudes who call themselves religious. Yeah, I can't listen. The internet is partially to blame for spreading the misinformation that gives people bad takes. Well, I mean, explain Nazi Germany. It's not just the internet. It's media as a whole and accessible media and the more, which is why you as somebody who enjoys media and art needs to prune their interests so that what's with them all being made of mud needs to prune their interests so that you listen to media made by people that you can agree with, right? People create the bad takes. It's not the internet. So this is a gigantic humanoid composed of mud. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Beware its deadly spittle. That is terrifying. I don't know how we'll ever survive the humanoid composed of mud. Slap in the face. People are garbage, mystery solved. Yeah, and if you find people are garbage, even if you like their work, you can either choose to A, still like their work and separate it from the people, or be like me and just be like, nah, fuck that person. Yeah, and unfortunately, there's a large number of people in the world. Gullible people exist. So, I don't think it's necessarily fair to just say, well, the internet's partially to blame. No, not really. People would do that without the internet. You listen to local punk music for music that you agree with? Yeah, I mean, we got some pretty good local punk bands here. But I don't necessarily need to listen to local punk music that I agree with. And because it's composed of mud, it's probably... Oh, no, it's not dead yet. Well, that's impressive. Space pirates dueling with the muddy humanoid. The mudman. And it's dead. Space pirate single-handedly killed that forgotten beast. And, named Gore. And, is satisfied upon mastering dodging. I mean, Opus Brain is a fucking masterpiece. Anagram. So, naturally. Like the kid in middle school that would lie about flying a fighter jet, except they have 5,000 other morons who can they can use to feed your musical skills. Yeah. On one hand, there's some benefit to knowing if artists are terrible people, but on the other hand, giving them a platform can amplify their opinions in areas where they shouldn't matter. Yes, but all of those statements are irrelevant, right? Verifiably human. If I listen to music and go, man, I like this band, and then I realize that, let's just say, the person who writes the songs for that band is a white supremacist, it doesn't matter to me, really, what platform that band has. I will just simply move on with my life and cease listening to that band, right? If I listen to a band that I like, let's use Deftones as an example. I liked Deftones, and then I find out that one of the members of Deftones is a flat earther who doesn't believe COVID's real, who thinks that a lot of QAnon theories are true. I will go, all right, you no longer get my support, and that is all I can do, right? Like, we can go on and on and on about the internet, whether or not it's a benefit or a bad thing or whatever, but that's not relevant to the discussion. The discussion is literally just, oh, I don't agree with this person? All right, I'm not going to support you financially in any way. That includes watching your music videos on YouTube and listening to your shit on Spotify. Simple as that. You don't like a thing, choose not to support it. Move on. A lot of people are really upset about last part. A lot of people are really upset about a lot of things, my dude. People are just really upset. That's just how people go. Yeah, and like the internet is not the issue here. The issue here is people are unfortunately gullible idiots. Myself included. It's like, I'm not here to argue whether or not the internet's a good or a bad thing. That's not the discussion I want to have. I feel like having lighter and more fun discussions today. The internet is full of humans, and in the wise words of Corey Taylor, people equal shit. Shoutouts to Corey Taylor. Also, this is the pulse of the maggots. Slipknot. You're taking a nap, Frog. You have a good nap. See you later. Slipknot or Stone Sour? Which set of Corey Taylor plus dudes? I was thinking about going to go see Slipknot here, but due to COVID restrictions and inflation, tickets to see them that used to be $90 are now $475, and there's absolutely no way in hell. I like Slipknot a whole lot. I own 2 Slipknot t-shirts. I own one of their records on vinyl. Never going to go pay that much money for them. Absolutely not. Nope. Not happening. Sorry. Fuck it. Absolutely not. Nope. I have a hard limit. The most amount of money I will ever spend on a concert is $160, and that's the amount I spent to go see Iron Maiden, and I will never spend more than that. Tickets were like $100. Fucking, that's a great deal. Yeah, go see Slipknot for $100. Absolutely. That's how much they cost last time I saw them. But $475 for Floor? Absolutely not. Not saying the internet is inherently good or bad. It's just some of the consequences that make you sad, even with good and bad aspects. Yeah, but that's not the point of the discussion. All right? The point of the discussion is it's up to you to just choose what media. We're not talking about whether or not that media has the right to exist, because that's way too complicated of a subject. I don't feel like babbling about that today. If you want to make the conversation more complicated than it really is, then sure, but you're just going to get me dismissing you, because I really don't feel like having that discussion. We've had that discussion on this channel before, and it's a very, well, let's just say, as somebody with a platform, it's a very existential crisis topic. Let's criticize the thing that makes you money. Yeah. I am a genuine believer that the internet is a benefit more than it's an issue to the world. But I also don't want to have that fucking subject, so let's change the subject. Damn it, humans. I'll come back, Taylor. There's a child out here playing. That's good. Sure, verifiably. That's fair. But I just want the subject to change. Yeah, but the things that you like are not necessarily things that John Doe likes, right? I think you've probably met more people in your life. You know what's really funny? There's this quote that I love, since we're talking about existential crisis bullshit. People, on average, meet and interact with more people in a single day than you'd interact with in a decade 100 years ago. But people are more isolated and alone now than ever in our history. There's also more of us than ever in our history. YouTube recommended how I learned to play Dwarf Fortress. Feels like a bait. What channel is that on? Cutest. You have comments read aloud in streams that have been posted to YouTube that have been viewed by thousands, and the fact that so many people have heard your opinion on something blows your mind. You want to know what blows my mind, Disturbed Puppy? I'm not talking right now. Okay. In the last minute where I didn't say anything, 5 people on my YouTube channel have watched one of my videos. Various of my videos. In the last minute. In the last hour, 181 people have watched my YouTube videos. In the last 48 hours, 13,000 people have watched my YouTube videos. I don't have to say a thing. Oh, yeah, it's a bait. If it's Weemcast, it's a bait. I don't have to say anything for an entire day, and like upwards of 20,000 people will hear my voice. That freaks me the fuck out. And the last time I spoke to a human being in person was Sunday, and that was my mom. It was the last time I spoke to another human being in person. Monday. Since Monday, my YouTube channel has gotten like 60,000 views. It's like, I can't comprehend that number. I deserve the attention. It doesn't change the fact that I have no friends. I mean, that's obviously not true, but I have no friends that can hang out frequently that live locally. I've got Kevin, who I see maybe once every 3 weeks. Maybe. But that's it. I mean, on average, Disturbed Puppy, about 1,200 people see my stream every day. 1,200 unique user accounts over the 14-hour streams I do see my streams. On a day where I don't stream, it's all just the YouTube. But the YouTube stuff recently has been like on average 10 to 12,000 views a day. And I'll be honest, like it just doesn't feel real. Like I'm just kind of numb to it. Like it feels fake is the easiest way to put it. Like it's just, my brain doesn't comprehend it as a real thing that I should take that my brain should take seriously. It kind of just doesn't. Like, that's just kind of a fact. Like, I can't, like, there are videos on YouTube with like 100,000 plus views that I edited. And it's like, I can't comprehend those numbers. Like in the last, let me just look at this. 48 hours. I'm just trying to load a stats page on YouTube. Yeah, in the last 30 days, 28 days, 2.2 million people have seen my thumbnails. I can't wrap my brain around that number. That's a lot of fucking eyeballs. That's a lot of people. That's like the entirety of my city, almost. That's almost as many as people living in my city. Also, somebody just commented on my most recent YouTube video on David Lynch teaches typing. What the hell? And you know what? That's accurate. That is the most accurate comment I've seen that. Just what the hell? It's totally accurate. You just realized that today you can play CDDA on your phone? I'm sorry. Are surprisingly better than you would have expected? Really? That's not true at all. That's an awful control scheme, but okay. However, the biggest issue you have is the screen size. Tough to view everything. It works sort of on a tablet. I've been told. I've never played it on a tablet because I don't own a tablet. Need to make sure they aren't on my... Hold on. So it's pelting rain and extremely windy, and there's a guy outside with a leaf blower blowing like needles and pine needles and leaves into a pile. Those are not going to be in a pile by the time this dude's done. Watched a YouTuber who never streams do a random stream and pulled 100,000 people. It was hilarious listening to him trying to wrap his brain around that number. As somebody who does both, YouTube feels fake. Like, YouTube, I could get 100,000 views in a month on YouTube, and it wouldn't, like, I wouldn't blink. Like, that's what happened. Like, I will get, like, 10,000 views in 2 hours on a video, and it'll be like, all right, cool. It doesn't feel real. With Twitch, you actually, like, it feels real. Like, if you're streaming, it feels real. So, it's kind of hard to explain, but that's the only way I can really explain it, is like Twitch feels real. YouTube doesn't. I think I might just save and go do lunch. Chad, I've been live for 7 hours and I'm hungry. Like, I'm really hungry. So I'm gonna do a hard save here and give you guys something to listen to for a few minutes. And then when I come back, I think we're gonna play maybe another 2 hours. And then after that 2 hours, we're going to, all right, unless there's like large demand. I want to start playing a game called Citizen Sleeper, but there needs to be some interest in that. That, or I'll just wait until it gets a little later and people get tired. Anyway, I'm gonna put a marker in the chat here so I know where to cut the VOD, and say I will be back in about 5 minutes, 10 minutes tops.